everyone, to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. I'm Joseph Davis. At our decision desk, brought to you by Walmart. Now, when we get started in a little bit, I'm kind of excited because we'll have something new this year. We'll be introducing scenario planning sessions along with a workshop. So that's the perfect segue to bring in my two colleagues, Pamela Wilson, Kelsey Margie, to talk a little bit about what you can expect and actually what it is. So Pamela, I'll start with you first. So I mentioned scenario planning. So we're gonna kick it off tomorrow. So for the folks that may not know, tell us a little bit about exactly what scenario planning is.
Sure, thanks, Joe. So scenario planning is really, it's simple. It's a tool. It's a way to look at the future in a fictional setting that allows you to better understand how things might work out and therefore how you might better plan and prepare for them.
Got it. Okay, Kelsey, so Pamela has defined it for us. Now give us a little teaser of what we can expect from your session tomorrow.
Absolutely. So you can expect a highly interactive and thought-provoking session. We will explore fictional disaster scenarios using a variety of our foresight tools. The exercises will spark really creative and divergent thinking, ultimately to brainstorm some early-stage response strategies. We won't give away the full preview, but small hint that we will be focusing on an earthquake scenario.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for being here. Now, as you all know, Building Resilience is our signature event focused on building a more prepared and resilient future. So now that we've teased a little bit about what you can expect tomorrow, now there's only one thing left to do, and that's get us started. So join me in welcoming Mark DeCourcy to the stage to kick us off.
Wow, look at this crowd. I think next year we might have to do this in a bigger room. Thank you for being here. I'm Mark DeCourcy, the Senior Vice President here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. Welcome to our Building Resilience Conference in 2025. We have been doing this for a number of years. For those of you who might be new to joining us, we started this a long time ago, actually at the American Red Cross. I worked there at the time, and we partnered with the Chamber, and we partnered with the U.S. government, DHS and FEMA, and we thought we need to bring everyone together to talk about public-private partnerships. We need to talk about building resilience, and here we are, over a decade later. So again, thank you for being here. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Chamber, like most chambers around the country, exists to help companies do well. That's not what we do with the Chamber Foundation. We help companies do good. And for the companies in the room, thank you for what you do during disasters, both preparing for, responding to, and recovering from. The Chamber Foundation, we work with businesses to anticipate what communities may face in the crisis space, whether it's a natural disaster, it could be a public health emergency, or any other type of crisis in the humanitarian space. We want to help bring businesses together, harness their power to develop those solutions for communities, not just here in the United States, but around the world. We host signature events like this, and we also have programming. Some of our programming focuses on helping small businesses. So if you think about how we show up at the Chamber, we're assisting large companies in giving help, and we're assisting small businesses in getting help. Makes sense, right? During moments of crisis, we participate and collaborate with businesses, NGOs, and government at all levels to make sure that the right information gets to the right people so they can respond in the right way at the right time. Following Hurricanes Helene and Milton, to give you an example, we were able to collaborate and bring together all those local and state chambers of commerce across those 6 states to activate their business members, which numbered in the many thousands, to be part of the response and recovery solutions. We worked with the SBA at the time. We worked with many of you in the nonprofit sector in bringing together all the resources to bear to help out. During COVID, we did something a little different. If you might remember the Delta wave in India, devastating for the people in India, we got many of the largest companies in the country together to pass the hat and chip in. And we bought 1,000 medical ventilators. This is what the Indian government really needed at the time to save lives. And we worked with Medtronic and UPS, FedEx, and many others to have those delivered to the hospitals from here in the United States. We trained the medical staff at those hospitals on how to use them. And even today, over 3 years later, they're still saving lives. So that's the power of collaboration across the business sector. So it takes all of us to do this. It also takes sponsors to run an event like this. So I'd be remiss if I didn't name them by name because they're really critical in helping us put together our programming and our conferences. So in our disaster space, we're supported by Allstate, T-Mobile for Government, the UPS Foundation, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Amazon, FIS, Guidehouse, and Esri. Thank you. So let's get going, right? Let's kick off this programming. Our first speaker is someone who's very near and dear to the foundation here. He is our board president. He is also the president and CEO of Allstate, Tom Wilson. Under Tom's leadership, Allstate has really set the example of corporate responsibility, and they really mean it when they show up. So Tom couldn't be with us here in person, but we wanted to bring you a message from him virtually. So we'll leave it to Tom to tell one more story, and then we'll get on with the onstage programming as well. Thank you.
Welcome to the Building Resilience Conference. Today is designed to enable you to make an even bigger difference in the world. The U.S. Chambers Foundation has created a convening of scientists, educators, nonprofit leaders, first responders, public officials, and businesses. The breadth and depth of expertise and experience is amazing. Your commitment to make the world safer and help it recover will continue to make a difference in the world. Our joint objective today is to increase this impact in the face of increasing severe weather. Now, Allstate's no stranger to severe weather, since we insure more than 7.5 million homes in the United States. Last year, we responded to over 130 weather-related catastrophes and supported customers with about $5 billion. In the first 3 months of this year, that number exceeds $3 billion. The losses keep going up due to warmer weather, which leads to more severe events. And we've been working on this issue at the federal, state, and local level for over 30 years. Much progress has been made, but it's time to supersize our efforts. There's a great Hemingway quote that sums it up. Mike is asked, "How'd you go bankrupt?" He answers, "Gradually and then suddenly." This applies to many things in life. How did some school friendships deteriorate? Gradually, and then suddenly we have nothing in common. The same can be said of the impacts of severe weather. Storms gradually increase in severity until suddenly communities are destroyed, lives are lost, and the cost to rebuild skyrocket. The time to act is now. The impact of increased severe weather events must be integrated into disaster planning, better equipped first responders, new building codes, and more resilient infrastructure. That's why we're here today, to create a better future, not succumb to disaster. Let me set some context today with two things you know, two opinions based on Allstate's experience, and two suggestions on how to increase your impact. First, something you know, it's all of us. Severe weather is not just a Florida hurricane or California wildfire issue. Those are exceptionally large risks, but only a small part of the story. Texas has hurricanes, hailstorms, tornadoes, and wildfires. Tornado Alley exists through the middle of the country, and it's moving east. Rain in the Northeast has increased by 60% since the 1950s, when infrastructure was built. Floods have inundated Vermont. Earthquakes will happen in California and on the New Madrid Fault in the Midwest. Wildfires in Colorado and New Jersey. Weather doesn't care about state lines. We also have an economy that's fully integrated. 45% of U.S. refining capacity is on the Texas Gulf Coast, which is a hurricane-prone area, which could bring all of us higher gas prices. California grows about 1/3 of the vegetables and 2/3 of the fruits and nuts in the U.S. It's not one of us, it's all of us. Businesses, governments, nonprofits, and individuals are all impacted. We are all responsible. So we must all act as one. Secondly, the problem is big and getting bigger. Gradually, then suddenly, we're in a totally different place. The U.S. has experienced a 600% increase in the number of billion-dollar storms from 2001 to 2022 than the prior 2 decades. Some of this is more severe storms. Some of it's building bigger houses in the wrong places. This is a problem since the value of homes is over $52 trillion, which is most of many Americans' net worth. These homeowners are now having trouble getting good protection because the insurance industry lost over $20 billion on these policies in just the last 2 years. It's all of us, and the time to act is now. A couple of opinions based on working on this issue for 30 years at the state, local, and federal levels. First, this will primarily be solved at the state level. The federal government has to help, but it's not the only answer. We spent almost a decade funding protectingamerica.org to get a bipartisan federal solution. We stopped after spending over $15 million. Certainly, the federal government spending of $25 to $30 billion a year has helped in remediation and is needed. But it's at risk given the efforts to reduce the size and spending of government. The federal government does need to be there when events can't be handled at the state level, but we can't count on them as the only solution. Local solutions are also needed, but have a long runway. Building codes need to be improved, but those take a long time to have an impact on the housing stock. Local land use and protective measures are also important, but people have short memories, and removing trees and landscaping that are fire hazards can get caught in a political buzzsaw. So establishing the path forward largely falls to the states. States have the scope to spread costs across a wider group of people and the financial wherewithal to invest in resiliency and recovery. We know that investing in resiliency is economically sound, with a payoff of $13 for every dollar invested. That said, the total amount needed for resiliency is hundreds of billions of dollars, so federal government support is needed. It will take a combination of federal, state, and local government support to deal with the reality of more severe storms. Secondly, the public and private sector must collaborate, challenge, and compromise to create the future. The burden cannot all be placed on the public sector and nonprofits. Businesses must come to the table. National businesses and local businesses. The private sector can't be expected to give away its capital, but it does have expertise, talent, and capabilities which are needed. From a capabilities perspective, businesses should bring their expertise and processes to help people after catastrophe hits and create and implement solutions to improve resiliency. Government needs to find ways to eliminate barriers for businesses. In the end, it's all about trust. We need to trust each other more. Let me close with 2 suggestions on how we can collectively benefit more from your expertise and experience. Use the U.S. Chamber Foundation as an intersection between all of us, businesses, government, nonprofits, and scientists. Mark DeCourcy and Mike Carney have exceptional expertise and are here to help. Use your time here to make 2 or 3 new connections, and then follow up next week to find common ground. Secondly, invest in yourself. Write down your personal purpose while you're here. How is that related to making the world safer? Writing it down brings clarity and increases commitment. Use your purpose to focus work. Be brutal with your time, allocating it only to those things that align with your purpose and make a difference. Use purpose to give you energy, since you will need more to supersize your efforts. Your leadership is critical to our collective success. We need you on the field every day, full of energy and commitment. Today is not about reacting to trends. It's about creating the future. It's about making the world a better place. That is a life worth living. Have a great conference.
good afternoon. My name is Lenny Marcus. I'm the director of the National Preparedness Leadership Initiative. For 22 years, we at Harvard have been studying leaders in times of crisis, taking that research and turning it into a curriculum on crisis leadership, and then advising leaders in times of crisis. And it's an honor this afternoon to be able to share with you some of the key themes in that research. Now, my guess is that most of you in this room have been thinking about the word resilience for many, many years. We've thought about resilience in terms of communities, resilience in terms of your organizations, and resilience in terms of the PowerPoint presentation. So here it comes. So we've been thinking about resilience for a really long time. And as I spoke with people about this question of resilience beforehand, people said, boy, it just keeps on coming back. Resilience is a very resilient word. And as we're thinking about resilience today, some of it has to look at the fact that our systems are changing. FEMA is a different organization going forward than it's been. The other organizations that have responded in times of crisis are different than what they've been in the past. The sense of empathy for people in the midst of a disaster, the sense of humanity for people in the midst of disaster is changing. So that opens the question, how will we ensure resilience? The second aspect of resilience comes at the individual or the family or the community level. To what extent do people have hope? Hope comes from the belief that you can make it through whatever is facing you. And given the fact that there's a trust deficit in our country, it's been difficult to have open conversations. We're very partisan these days. That also is a factor in looking at the question of resilience. And so, bottom line, a lot that goes into resilience is about leadership and your leadership responsibility. And a theme for us going forward today and tomorrow in these conversations is you're it. You have that responsibility. You individually, and then you as a collective. Imagine we leave this meeting with a sense of our together building partnerships, working together, the business community, voluntary community, humanitarian organizations, government organizations, truly working together to build the fabric of resilience going forward. Now, I'd like to share with you the core of our approach to leadership. Early on, 22 years ago, as we were studying crisis leadership, right after 9/11, we recognized that those leaders who brought a big picture to understand what are the problems and a big picture to understand what are the solutions, what we call meta leaders, were most effective in times of crisis. And so to understand what meta leadership practice is about, we start with this notion of complexity. If you're leading through a crisis, if you're planning or mitigating a crisis, you're dealing with complexity, a lot of different factors that are interacting with one another. So 3 dimensions of meta leadership. The first is, what's the situation? What is it that you're dealing with? What's happening? What are the solutions that you have to come up with? So you take a very, very wide view of what the situation is. And then you, the meta leader, is in the middle of the situation. Most models of leadership look like a big pyramid. The leader's up here, more people here, more people here. It looks like a pyramid. Meta leadership is different. We put the leader right in the middle of the situation. It's your responsibility to figure out what's going on and to lead and direct people toward what needs to be done about it. The third dimension of meta leadership is building connectivity of effort. And that means you're leading in multiple directions. You're leading down to the people who call you boss. You're leading up to your boss. And many times you, as the meta leader, have more subject matter expertise, a better understanding of what's going on than your boss. So you're leading up to your boss. You're leading across to other parts of your own organization, especially if you're working in government or working in a large business, and you're leading beyond to other organizations that are part of your system. What we've found for people who are practicing meta leadership, they create for everybody who's part of the response this notion of how can I help make you a success? Just imagine you're in the midst of a response. You're planning, you're working on mitigation, you're working on recovery, and all the key players are oriented to helping one another succeed. The other important aspect of meta-leadership is it gives you agency. So it's not simply that you're leading your own organization, you're able to lead up to your boss. You have agency with your boss, with other parts of the system. You are a key actor in building resilience within your system. In order to practice meta-leadership, the person of the meta-leader, it goes to your character. And one thing we find as we've observed crisis leaders is that others emulate you. If your character is great, if you're on top of things, they'll emulate that. So it's important to be a role model. With understanding the situation, we find the best of the meta-leaders are those who bring an imagination to the table. They can imagine how good things could be, how bad things might get, and they can imagine solutions that other people simply can't see. And in terms of building connectivity, it's creating relationships. It's the kind of networking that's going on in this room. So as you're looking to be the role model, it's a matter of you believing and understanding in your own resilience, and then being able to bring that resilience to your system. Now, as we've studied leaders in times of response, especially in times of crisis, we've recognized that it's both instinct and intellect. And I'd like to introduce you to somebody today. In part, there's intellect you. And intellect you is amazing. It's incredible what you've accomplished in your life. And there's also instinct you. Intellect you is about your smarts, all that you've accomplished, your education, your schooling. Intellect you is about your capacity to analyze and figure out what's going on. Intellect you is about your discipline, knowing how to behave in professional situations. Instinct you, a bit different. And instinct you has been with you since you've been in the womb. It's your survival instincts, jumping out of the way of a car when it's coming right at you. It's your emotions. And we all have the instinct to procreate. It's not only my personal survival, survival of the species is part of our instinctual response, what parents have. And so as we're understanding leaders, as they operate in times of crisis, we've recognized that it's important to understand both intellect and instinct, because we all know that if you're in a crisis, instinct is going to be part of your response. Think back to our experience in COVID. So intellect you, it's about your strategic choices. Instinct you is about cohesion. How do we come together? And then how do we build and get beyond rivalries that could get in the way of our responding most effectively? So there's personal instinct, and then there's also social instinct. And the question as we're studying and teaching crisis leadership is how can we be mindful of what those instincts are and how they affect us in the course of a response. Now, among our studies, and we'll go into and be with leaders in times of crisis, one of the crises that we studied was in our own backyard, the Boston Marathon bombings. We had worked with many of these leaders before the incident took place. We were part of the preparedness, we were part of the planning for what if something like this would happen in Boston. And the day of the bombing, we instantly went into action. Not only did we observe people in times of crisis, both here in Washington and in Boston, but we did extensive interviews of a variety of people who were in key leadership positions, and they were very, very generous with us with their thinking. And as we were trying to understand why and how these leaders came together so well and collaborated so strongly, my colleague Eric McNulty, as we were trying to figure out the puzzle, walked into my office and said, "Swarm intelligence." And I said, "What's swarm intelligence?" And he says, "It's a whole science of how bees and ants are able to resolve complex problems and organize to solve problems or take actions." So we went then through all of our interview notes to see if there wasn't some clue here about this notion of instinct in times of a crisis. And in going through those notes, we found 5 principles of swarm leadership, and I want to share with you now. The first was unity of mission. For all the people and the leaders who were part of that response, it was about save lives, even risking their own life to go out on the street to save the lives of others. The second was generosity of spirit and action. Everybody was there to help one another, to help the responders, to help the survivors, to be part of the action. We see it in many crisis responses. The third was everybody stayed in their own lanes and helped others succeed. So there were paramedics, there were people at the hospitals, law enforcement, businesses. Everybody was there to do their job and to help others succeed in theirs. The fourth principle of swarm leadership was no ego, no blame. Nobody got up and said, well, it's all about me, and nobody got up and was blaming others when problems emerged. And the fourth principle was a foundation of trusting relationships. These leaders knew one another, they trusted one another, they were truly working together. So in culling through our interview notes, we came up with these 5 principles, and then we went back to these leaders. And the fellow here on the bottom picture, far right, Richard DeLoria, was the FBI special agent in charge of the post-marathon investigation. And I called up Rick. He was really great with us during our interviews. I called up Rick, and I said, Rick, this is what we came up with. And he listened very intently, and I went through the 5 principles, and he was silent, and he said, Lenny, I didn't know we were doing this at the time. This describes exactly what we were doing. And so since then, we've continued this research on this social instinct of swarm leadership with a question, how can you as a leader bring this same cohesion, this same swarm to your building partnerships in your communities? As we've studied more, we've recognized that this is a natural way that we humans engage with one another. You might find that your extended family is something of a swarm. Everybody looks out for one another. Everybody cares for one another. Some of your work settings, you might look back and say, yeah, that was more like a swarm, and others not. Kids sometimes, if you watch them play, they're a swarm. Faith-based organizations, going out and helping other people, that's a swarm kind of a situation, and some sports teams. So this notion of swarm is something that's very natural. It's part of our instinct as human beings. And the question for you as we're going forward through the next day and a half of conversation and meetings, how do we, as we're building partnerships, bring in this notion of swarm into the way we practice as leaders, to what we're able to accomplish in building resilience? Because we humans want to be part of a swarm. It's part of our instinct. We're social beings. And therefore, as we build the swarm, we recognize that this is an opportunity for us to build extraordinary collaboration. There is a flip side, though, to this instinct. It's important for us to understand that as well. We humans are also wired to be very combative with one another, and it's exactly the opposite of swarm. We can be strong rivals, one against the other. And there, it's not unity of mission that brings people together, it's competing missions. It's my group against your group. And we can see this sometimes between different agencies who can be rivals of one another. It's not generosity of spirit and action, it's focusing on me and my own selfish benefit at the expense of you. It's not staying in lanes and helping others to succeed. Rather, it's extending our authority and turf and setting other people up to fail. It's not no ego, no blame. It's promoting me and blaming others. And it's not a foundation of trusting relationships. It's people being untrustworthy and scheming with one another. And so if you look now at your experience in this field, you'll probably find that there are times when you were part of a swarm. And it's comfortable, it's supportive, and it's encouraging. And you probably can look back at times when different agencies, different leaders, different organizations were rivals with one another. And those were the kinds of activities you saw between them. The bottom line, for those of us here in this room, is you're it. And the theme of you're it is both individually, you are it. And we find leaders who take that responsibility are the most effective in times of crisis. And the word you is also a plural. You, all of us in this room, can be force multipliers for all the different elements and components of the best possible crisis leadership, best possible resilient system that we can have in this country. So it's multiple constituencies, building partnerships, and building connectivity, and together leading resilience going forward for our country. We are, for sure, in a period of change. We're in a period of adaptation. We can be a resilient country, and with that, it's a great pleasure and honor for us to share our work. If you want to know more about this notion of meta-leadership, there's a book called You're It, Crisis, Change, and How to Lead When It Matters Most. We have a seminar coming up at Harvard. There's a YouTube channel where you can get short videos of our Harvard faculty making these presentations, and don't hesitate to be in touch with me. So with that, I'm going to now invite Pete Gaynor, former FEMA administrator, to come up to the stage, and we're going to talk about an example of putting swarm leadership into practice. Thank you very much. Well, it's a real honor and pleasure for me to introduce someone to you who is a true national hero. Pete Gaynor was, and always will be a Marine. He has been an emergency manager at the city level, state level, and then in 2017 was asked to be the acting administrator of FEMA. And in January of 2020, talk about timing, was confirmed by the Senate as the administrator of FEMA. In very early March, Rich Serino, my colleague at Harvard, and I walked into Pete's office and we said, Pete, we think you're going to end up being the national incident commander for the pandemic response. Pete said to us, look, I do floods, tornadoes, and hurricanes. I don't do pandemics. Our response, our response was, there seems to be something of a leadership vacuum in the country now. We predict you'll get it. And sure enough, March 13th, 2020, the president declared a national emergency and put Pete in charge as national incident commander. He did a remarkable job. Pete and I would speak for the first 4 months every single night to talk about leadership issues. So Pete, let me open by saying, what was your original thinking when you took on that responsibility?
I didn't believe it, right? I think it was surrealistic. And even today, I think about like the circumstance of it. And I tell people sometimes I'm either in the wrong place at the wrong time or the right place at the right time. So I'm not really sure what that is. But it took a little while to digest the scope of what the president and the administration asked me, but really more importantly, FEMA to do in a public health emergency, something that we don't typically do until now. And then actually pick up the pace from HHS. So really overwhelming in the first months, I think.
So what were some of the first questions that went into your mind? Like you're trying to figure out, where am I going with this? What needs to get done at the very, very outset, like that first set of ahas?
I think you have to really understand the scope and the scale of what is about to happen. And I come from I was in a local emergency manager where the scale is very local. I was a state emergency manager where the scale is very state. And then you come to the federal level and you would just think, well, the difference between local and state is pretty close, a little bit different, but the scale between state and federal is tremendously different, right? So the difference between $1 million and billions of dollars, I think just when you think about the money part of it is breathtaking. And then you realize that you have 330 million people that are looking to you for answers, right? And to how do you stop the pandemic? How do you save lives? How do you minimize suffering? It's a lot to digest, and no time to digest it,
right,
because the mission was on once we got the task from the president.
So as we were engaging in our evening conversations, I remember the first thing you always said was, it was either a great day or it was a really terrible day.
Yeah, I think I didn't use the word terrible.
No, you didn't, but that's close enough. And about 10 days in, I said, well, how are things going? You know, what's going on? And you talked about the ventilator shortage in New York City. Can you talk a little bit about how that situation emerged and what your original thinking was?
So if you've ever been to FEMA headquarters, it's just right down the street here. On the 8th floor, the offices where the administrator was, my offices, and then some conference rooms. And so one day early on, I'm walking down the hallway, and I walk by a conference room, and by this time I had my battle buddies, Admiral Jawar, who was in charge of Public Health Service, and Dr. Bob Catlick, who was from ASPR, but Dr. Jawar, who was an emergency room doctor, was in my conference room with some medical technicians, and they had a host of different respirators and ventilators, and on the table were hoses and PVC pipes and zip ties and all sorts of screws and tools. And I watched them in here to see what they were doing, and I asked the doctor, what's going on? He goes, well, we're trying to turn a ventilator made for one person into a ventilator that we can use for two people. One ventilator, two patients. And then if that works, we're going to try to turn a ventilator made for one person into three. And if that works, we're going to try to turn a ventilator made for one into four, right? So at that moment, I realized, the mission of FEMA is usually going to a hurricane or a disaster after the fact, kind of cleaning up the mess where all the death and destruction has already happened. This is totally different. This is right in the moment. We're trying to save lives in the moment. And so right there you realize the scope and scale of what is going on and what we're trying to do for the nation. So that was a aha moment for me.
So the headlines were focused then on the shortage of ventilators in New York City. And the situation was getting worse and worse. And I remember one evening I said to you, Pete, is it a shortage of ventilators or is it a distribution problem? And your response was, it's a distribution problem. What was that?
Well, I think if you looked at it early on, you would say it's a numbers problem, right? But the more you look at it and the more you actually try to collect real-time data, and that was one of our missions was, what's the truth out there? How do you set priorities? And if you think back to March of 2020, the city of New York, northern New Jersey, western Connecticut, and some other big cities around the nation, but really New York was really the center of all the activity. It was on fire, burning red hot. And one of our concerns was if this replicated itself across the nation, would we have enough of everything to include respirators to actually try to save lives? And in that, you realize you're not going to build your way out of it because you don't have enough time to actually build enough respirators. Eventually we did. Eventually we started with a stock of about 16,000 in the Strategic National Stockpile. Half of that was already gone, and we had 7,000 left. We eventually built it to about 130,000 ventilators, but that took months.
Right.
So the only way to get out of that is where are all the ventilators in the country? What governors have all the equipment?
Right.
And who's sharing and who's not sharing? And if you're not sharing, you're going to share.
Well, so one night, as we were talking about this, the governors, of course, were really competing with one another. They literally had state troopers at borders keeping others out. And the question between us was, well, could you turn the governors into a swarm? And the next day, you got all the governors together on your conference call. What did you do with all the governors to change them from being competing one another to getting them to collaborate with one another?
Yeah. Well, I think the first thing is honesty about the situation. Every governor is not going to get what he or she wants. Impossible. The nation doesn't have it. You're not a priority. You're not going to get it. If you're not on this, we created a list of priority states and localities. And if you're not on that list, you're not getting ventilators. So the alternative is, where do you get ventilators from? So look within your state, look within your health systems, both public and private, and count up all those numbers. Tell me what you have, and then maybe we can do some redistribution. And if you share some with me, the federal government, I'll guarantee that if you need them, I'll backfill them at the appropriate time. So it was, greater good, unity of effort. How can we all work together? Because it really was, I think, at a point people realized that this is not, we're not by ourselves here. You can't, today, states are kind of fending for themselves. That's the normal state of affairs. This is a national emergency. It was a global emergency, and you had to rethink about how we were actually going to win the COVID fight, and that was to actually work together.
So you got the unity of mission.
Yeah.
And then how did you build that second, the generosity of spirit and action?
I think it was both through soft power and hard power, right? In some cases, if you had extra ventilators, we just told you, because we saw the data eventually through the hospital data systems. We actually knew how many ventilators and other things, but ventilators a governor had, and we would actually publish those and say, you're asking me for 30,000 ventilators, but governor, in your state, you have 100,000 ventilators. So therefore, you go find your 30,000. By the way, I may need 20,000, or you're right. So it was again, I think the greater effort, right? You had to give and take. You had to make governors realize that they were not the priority, even though in every other, I'm sure in every state, every governor thinks that their state's a priority and good for them. But this was something much, much different. Mm-hmm. This was about life and death, minimizing suffering, and like getting to the next day, because I think that was the hardest part. It was hard to see down the road weeks or months. It was really about, okay, we were mildly successful today, let's try to be a little bit more successful tomorrow. So it was actually day by day. And I think at one point I shared a letter to all the emergency managers around the country about, hey, if you're looking for the federal government to solve your problem, this is not the crisis or disaster that this is where it's going to happen. It's going to take all of us to actually contribute to this. So I asked them to do 10 or 12 different things in their state, to include asking their governors to do certain things. The president and the vice president on the task force, we would have once a week conference calls in the Situation Room with all the governors and be very blunt with all of them about what the situation was. We exchanged information about what our constraints were, what their needs were, and we tried to fill them all the best we could, but you never got 100% of what you wanted.
So what you fundamentally did is you created a sense of trust in you, and you created a sense of trust among the governors themselves. I mean, right after you did that, they started creating their own consortiums working together.
Yeah.
How did you build that trust?
I think the best way is just being honest with them, because I can tell I can tell for the most part when somebody's not being honest with me or truthful with me, that if somebody's trying to string me along. And I think, and I'll give it to the task force, to all the members of the task force, including the vice president who ran it every day, about how upfront we were about what we saw as from the federal point of view, what we saw in every state, what the status of supply was, whether it was ventilators or masks or boots or gowns or goggles. We published all that data so all the governors could see that. And so we kept nothing from governors about how many we had or where it was going. But they did understand that we had a priority list. And actually, I think part of it was, you didn't want to be a priority, because if you were a priority in COVID, that means that was a bad day for your state. So they kind of understood, maybe it's okay being at the bottom of the list because that's a safe place to be.
Mm-hmm. You also were able to work across different political parties. You were able to sort of get beyond the politics and engage with them. What was the secret to that? Because I think that's a critical question right now.
Well, I think part of it was, and I give great credit to the president at the time, President Trump, and the first administration, having these meetings. And nearly every single governor is on, doesn't matter what party they were from, whether they're Republican or Democrat, and off the record, behind closed doors, on a secure video, so no one's seen it but the president and governors and their staff. And I think the dialogue between, again, members of the task force from the president on down with governors in real time, right? I mean, you can tell if somebody's being honest with you or not. And I think that went a long way for governors to trust what we were doing. Now, what you see in the paper, what you hear on TV, that's a whole different kind of story. But I think from my point of view, behind closed doors, we were as honest and upfront with governors as we could be about what the situation was. And it wasn't an us and them. This was like all of us together. Mm-hmm. So you had to be part of the team.
You took very seriously that notion of you're it.
Yeah.
And a couple of times you would say...
I'm not sure I believe that, though.
Right. Well, but you took it seriously, and you would say, oh, shit, I'm it, was what you said to me one evening. And what most impressed me, as somebody who observes and studies leaders in times of crisis, is you assume that responsibility. Even though your first response was, I don't do pandemics, but then you truly did pandemics. So in your mind, Pete, what does you're it really mean for you for a leader in a time of crisis?
So I think one of my cohorts are out there today. Jeff Byard and I worked together, and we had an early conversation about this, about me being the acting administrator, and what are you going to do? And I told Jeff and I told others that, hey, buddy, I'm going to drive this thing like I stole it, right? I may be the acting, I may not be confirmed. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? But I'm going to drive this thing like it was willed to me. And I think the other part of that is the president told me three things when he said, FEMA, you're it. Don't worry about money. Don't worry about people, and don't worry about authority. Go do it, right? So really, when you understand what he just gave you, and he said that in front of other cabinet members, so other cabinet members realized that he really gave me, the ultimate credit card to do whatever I needed to do. I think that kind of empowered me to say, okay, if I'm going to go to jail, right, I'm not going to go to jail for doing too little. I'm going to go to jail for doing way too much. And that was kind of my attitude.
Well, Pete, I want to say to you that I've been waiting 5 years to say this in a public forum with a lot of folks here in the room on behalf of hundreds of people, thousands of people whose lives that you saved, on behalf of the country who you served so courageously and so with such vigor and such commitment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see a full house here. My name is Chris Roberti. I'm Senior Vice President for Cyber, Space, and National Security Policy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I'm thrilled to be joined with Boyden Rohner, the Assistant Director of the Integrated Operations Center for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency at DHS. Boyden helped lead CISA's mission to share information and increase security and resilience across critical infrastructure. Her most recent job before her current role was within CISA's Cybersecurity Directorate as an Associate Director. Before that, she worked at DHS directly supporting the President of the United States and the Secretary of Homeland Security. And she started her career as a Naval Surface Warfare Officer, doing tours supporting Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. So I got a first quick question, Boyden. Which was more challenging or dangerous, navigating the Strait of Hormuz or navigating Washington?
Ooh, that's a good question these days. I will not comment.
You won't comment? All right. Well, okay, so I'll get to this. So first of all, CISA is a relatively young agency in the government. It's about 6 years old, but you've got a very wide and deep remit. So for those in the room that may not be as familiar with CISA as others, tell us a little bit about CISA's mission, current priorities, and maybe where you see things going under the new, the second Trump administration.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Chris. So for those of you who aren't aware, CISA, the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, is America's cyber defense agency. And we are the agency that looks across all sectors, looks across the intelligence community, the federal mission space, and the private sector, state and local governments to really bring cybersecurity solutions to critical infrastructure owners and operators, and to also lead the way in understanding infrastructure risks to critical infrastructure, and really bringing our insight in a practical and actionable way to local communities to make sure that they can work themselves to be resilient in the face of cyber threats and other types of threats that they might face.
So one of the things that that we're hearing is that, you know, given the threat landscape, and maybe we'll start there. So tell us a little bit about some of the current threats that people in the room should have on their radar, and how they can, you know, think through getting themselves prepared to defend against those threats.
Great, thank you so much. So, you know, our agency really got its start by being the operational cyber arm supporting the federal civilian executive branch. So really doing cybersecurity for federal government agencies outside of the Department of Defense mission. And, you know, it is from that vantage point that we're able to really observe threat actor activity and share those developments that we're observing with the public, with critical infrastructure owners and operators. And one of the most important threats that we have been tracking for several years now, and further validated by recent intelligence community estimates, is the threat from nation-state actors, particularly the People's Republic of China, who are laser focused on disrupting our critical infrastructure operations, as well as intellectual property theft. And that has really been where we've been focusing a lot of our energy. We get this information out into the hands of critical infrastructure owners and operators through a variety of means, one of which is by publishing alerts and advisories on our website. Folks can subscribe to those and really get something in their inbox as soon as we have the information and it's ready to be shared. These are actionable tips and procedures that you can use to hunt for threat actor activity on your network, or you know, decision-making frameworks that executives can use to really lead their cybersecurity teams to level up their cybersecurity posture at their agency. We also offer a lot of free services that we will link to. And another way that we can really work to get this information out about the latest trends and techniques and tactics that we're observing is through our regional teams. We have invested in the last couple of years since we became an agency in hiring security advisors out across the United States and in the territories who live and work in the communities in which they're serving. We know that we can't get to different time zones. We can't get to, you know, state and local governments in their hour of need here from the Washington, D.C. Inside the Beltway position. We really wanted to get folks who were known to their communities, who were really pillars and experts and recognized in their hometowns, and hire them to help drive some of the solutions and really posture and support state and local governments and medium and small businesses and critical infrastructure owners and operators across the United States. So through our regional teams, that's one of the great ways that we share information about those threats.
And so how would people who want to get in touch with one of these regional advisors, how would they do that?
Awesome, thank you. So on our website is probably the easiest place to go and check out for that information. We take a regional approach to managing risk in the United States at our agency. So you can sort by your state or your town and find the region that you are part of, and there'll be an email address and a phone number that you can reach out to. And a human being with an actual name can connect with you, and you can start talking through where your organization is in the sort of spectrum of resiliency in your posture. We really try to take an integrated approach by bringing together our expertise in cybersecurity, along with our expertise in critical infrastructure and supply chains, to really help position each organization to the best of their ability.
So your message to your regional teams is go out and get to know the critical infrastructure owners and operators in their area of responsibility.
That is a huge piece of our mission, yes.
Good. And then our message to you is make sure you know who those people are, because it's much better to have a relationship before you have a problem than in the middle of a problem. Because in the middle of a problem, you're going to be focusing on a lot of other things rather than, who do I call? So back to the threat side, if we could for a second. So you'd mentioned critical infrastructure, and you mentioned threat actors from the People's Republic of China. So it's been widely reported a series of efforts against U.S. critical infrastructure by the People's Republic of China, notably one called Volt Typhoon, another called Salt Typhoon. Now on Volt Typhoon, it's, we understand the prepositioning of tools on U.S. critical infrastructure, energy and others, that could potentially be used for destructive purposes in the event of hostilities, not just intelligence purposes. So how should people in the room think about that type of threat, and how could they potentially find ways to mitigate that threat, working with CISA or others in the government?
Wonderful question, thank you. So a couple of different ways people should be looking at this. First of all, I want to make sure that I underscore again how important it is to have a relationship with our agency, especially through your regional team, because they can really take that unique bespoke approach to working with your organization to make sure that you are adopting solutions that work for you, because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, although there are certainly some common best practices that are universally should be adopted. And even though we are tracking some of the most sophisticated threat actors out there who are always coming up with novel techniques, the basics remain the basics as a way to keep yourself protected from cybersecurity attacks. Reducing the use of unsupported software, making sure that any end-of-life software or hardware is out of your environment, making sure that your internet-facing vulnerabilities are not existence at all, and we have some free services that critical infrastructure owners and operators can use to help make sure that they're posturing themselves the best. So it's really about checking out our website, seeing what kinds of free services we have to offer that might be right for you, checking out our alerts and advisories who will talk you through some very specific and distinct measures that you can take to hunt for threat activity on your network, and then also having a relationship with our agency at the human level so we can be a sounding board, we can help you identify what the next step is that would work for you.
And I would say, so it's sort of like even with your home networks, like don't have a non-password protected router or a default password. Go in and change the passwords, and it's always stunning how many successful attacks are either caused by that or an element of social engineering where somebody on the inside clicks on a link and it's hard. But I think it's really important that you underscore it's the basics that can protect a large number of successful attacks from happening. We talked about industrial security, cybersecurity. How does CISA work across industry sectors? Because a lot of times people think, well, we've got electricity and they operate in a vacuum, and water and transportation, but all of those things are integrated. And a lot of times if you may be operating in a sector, you're not thinking about how what you're doing could impact others. So how does CISA think about cross-sector cybersecurity, and what steps do you take to do that?
Well, this is really where our role as the National Coordinator for Infrastructure Risk and Resilience comes to play, because somebody needs to be doing that cross-sector look. And our agency is really positioned to try to have public-private partnerships to make sure that we understand the landscape of critical infrastructure. Where are there concentrations of risk? Where are there concentrations of use of certain IT technologies? At the beginning of our conference, we heard about the concentration of refineries on the Gulf Coast, for example. It's really one of the jobs of our agency to make sure that we are working with local communities to understand, what is impactful for that local community, that region, or even for the nation, at that nation scale. And so this is why we've really invested in a regional approach. and why we are so eager to have an exchange of ideas, an exchange of expertise with the private sector and state and local governments.
And aside from the regional offices that you spoke about, what other structures are there for public and private sector collaboration between CISA and the private sector, or between and among CISA, the FBI, and even international partners with the private sector?
Well, two things that I'd like to highlight. One is that we are home to the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, which is a public-private partnership that we have with industry and other federal partners, where we are rapidly sharing information about cyber events that are occurring, and we're even doing this on the international stage. And I have been in the cybersecurity business for a long time, and I can tell you that I have lots of cause for optimism as the levels of trust between network defenders increases. People are sharing bits of the puzzle earlier and earlier, and that has enabled us to get to clarity on what is happening in a much more accelerated way than in the past. And that really gives me reason for encouragement. Another way, on a more strategic and policy level, that we've had traditionally was through different forums that the government had set up to enable the sharing of information and also the advising on policies. And I want to speak directly to this point, because it's got a lot of media attention lately, that we've swept aside some of the historical frameworks. But I want to reassure your audience here that our agency is committed to public-private partnerships and committed to bringing frameworks that work and actually work for the speed of today's problems. For example, CPAC authority, which is something that was groundbreaking at the time, is not really fitting the needs of today's accelerated information pace. So we're trying to refresh that, take a look at that, make sure that we keep the best, but also look to the future where we have more timely, more time-bound, more actionable, more inclusive partnerships to solve major problems, public and private together.
Well, that's very helpful, because I think there was a lot of reporting about the pause of certain organizations or committees or councils, but it is good to hear that that from your perspective, it was an exercise to update and make more relevant these organizations, and that you're still committed to the public-private sector collaboration. We believe very strongly in it.
Awesome. And you don't just have to take my word for it. I don't know if any of your audience who was at the RSA conference last week in San Francisco, but our secretary and our deputy secretary were both there and spoke with a lot of emphasis on our cybersecurity mission and being our agency going to its statutory authorities to make sure that we are doing our roles that we're assigned to do for the federal government and for critical infrastructure.
And you guys, that was great. And the designee for the CISA director, Sean Planky, will hopefully have a hearing soon. We support him. He's a strong leader, has great business experience and government experience. So I think we're looking forward to that leadership, and we're thankful for your leadership and those of your colleagues. So.
Thank you, Chris.
So please join me in thanking Boyd and Roner.
Look at you guys. Oh, wow. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I have to say, we started our day early this morning at some incredible roundtable discussions about emergency management and resiliency, and my favorite language. What a great way to start the day. And we have a really good discussion for you today. So I was told we have 30 minutes, probably 28 now, so I'm going to get on with this program to have these incredible leaders talk about their experiences and innovative and adaptive ideas we need to move forward with this new FEMA we're working through. So let's start the day, folks. So good afternoon and welcome to our session on opportunities for state leader disaster leadership. I'm thrilled to moderate today's discussion with such a distinguished panel. These panelists have played a key role in state emergency management during critical moments and navigating challenging times. With my own experience as the Massachusetts Undersecretary for Homeland Security and a Homeland Security Advisor for governors, and with my new role as a private sector, I deeply value your unique insights that you bring to this discussion. So today, we're going to examine how state-managed resiliency programs can evolve to meet increasingly complex disaster landscapes. We will discuss best practices, innovative approaches, and critical role of public-private partnerships in building adaptive, effective responses. As we shift away from the traditional federally supported, state-managed, locally executed model, state leaders are called to pivot, innovate, and collaborate more dynamically than ever before. So we will also talk about, and briefly, about the recently announced FEMA Council review. I'm going to look for insights on its mission, potentially impact, and what it means for state directors and broader ecosystem of managing, responding, and recovering from disasters. So allow me quickly to introduce our esteemed panelists. We have Mr. Jeff Bayard, Senior Vice President of Rubicon. We have Ms. Erica Boardman, Vice President, AC Disaster Consulting, and Mr. Brian Coons, President of IEM. All right, folks, let's get started. Let's talk about the evolving traditional model, okay? Under new FEMA leadership, we're seeing significant shifts that place greater responsibility on the states. How will these changes impact state-level resilience, response, recovery strategies, and the roles of local agencies? The three areas that we're going to focus on in this discussion are comprehensive strategies and investments, collaboration in multi-sector engagement, and innovative and adaptive frameworks. So let's get right into it. Jeff, we'll start with you. What are some key investments that state and local governments should prioritize to enhance preparedness and resiliency, specifically in terms of volunteer mobilization, which is your calling, and community engagement?
It's a great question, and let me start by saying really humbled to be in front of this team. I've got some really good friends that I've already interacted with. And most importantly, it's a great day to be a gray shirt. And the reason I say that is you'll hear me talk about gray shirts. That's our uniform at Team Rubicon, and it represents 180,000 individuals that have signed on the line to help people in their worst day. And I think the first and, the most important thing, and I'll probably go to my grave as an emergency manager saying this time and time again, the best tool that we can have in our toolbox is partnerships and relationships. They overcome any technology, any widget, any radio, anything that's supposed to save the day, I promise you is going to go back to relationships and partnerships. So the first thing you can do is strengthen those. In most states, I'd say all states and most of your locals have strong partners within the volunteer organizations, but it may be time to look outside that traditional model. What are those real community leaders that can organize and do the work of a true first responder, which is going to be your neighbor? So I think first and foremost is, go back to the basics. Make sure that you know what the capabilities of those organizations that are within your state or your jurisdiction, what can they bring to bear? What are the differences between it? We all have our own skill sets that we do different, but at the unifying tie between all the volunteer organizations is their commitment to help people on their worst day, whatever that is. So I think that a recommendation I would have is review the basics, but also, what are those emerging trends within your jurisdiction? What are the community, what does that community profile look like? And can you bring more people into the volunteer space? It takes an army And it's going to take an army as we move forward, especially with the theme of the day, or the uncertainty that we go into within our traditional structure.
Okay, quick follow-up on this. I love that. How would one, or an emergency management department or agency, as we have them, go after those community engagements? Like, if they're not already engaged currently, and we need them more so in our future, what would you say would be the leading initiative for them to come into play with emergency management?
I think one of the strategies or techniques that I would recommend is, maybe pull out of the traditional volunteer, space and get your local businesses involved. Get their people involved, get their capital involved. Businesses inherently want to do good. They want to make money, but they want to do good. And if they're closed due to a disaster, that staff can be a labor force, that capital, that funding can help local jurisdictions get down the road. So I think that the partnership with business needs to be strengthened, and now's the time.
Okay, thank you. Erica, with your experience at AC Disaster Consulting, could you go into some strategies that should be implemented to integrate risk reduction into the resiliency programs?
Yeah, I think, just building off of what Jeff said in terms of the uncertainty of our environment, one of the things that we do with our clients very often, and this is not rocket science, because everybody does it every year as a part of a thorough SBR process, is really to do a gap analysis and answer the question of how we're going to respond and recover when we at the state level have to play a much greater role. And I still refer to myself as Vermont is us and VEM is me, because that's where I came from. I was the former director of Vermont Emergency Management, but and still kind of speak as a state director and not as a consultant. So slap me if I do that too much. But if I was still in that seat, I'd be really asking some critical questions about what our capabilities are and what we need to really turn to get some additional support from the private sector on. And really ask those questions, be honest, and do it with your partners, and then implement a strategy to actually engage the private sector to see how they can to support filling some of those gaps.
Yeah, that seems to be the theme here, is engaging with the private sector, which we'll get into it a little bit. But Brian, your experience in leadership at IEM, help us with this. What investments are critical to improving efficiency in disaster response and recovery at the state level?
I think what my colleagues at the states and Erica are going to have to do right now is highlight what Erica said, is to consider where the federal government is not going to step in where they have in the past, and to go ahead and start developing those solutions now, so that when the time comes they can execute it. And it may be that they need to collaborate with other states in their region to help do that. They need to contract for it. They might need to utilize National Guard or the VOADs. But there's no point in waiting anymore to wait and see what FEMA is going to do. We're already starting to see indicators, right? The disaster declarations are not being declared. The bar for getting the federal assistance is much, much higher. So we should just go ahead and work at that new level and start filling in the gaps. That's what emergency managers do really well, is problem solve. They need to go ahead and start problem solving now for what the future is going to be.
So are there many states that don't have those relationships already? Because, up in the Northeast, we had our share of disasters, but not as much as in the Gulf states with Brian and Jeff. So do you think that folks going forward that don't have these relationships can easily transition into those relationships, or is it going to take funding and changes with the Gov's office to make those changes?
I think it's not going to be difficult, but it will be purposeful. They will have to say, okay, in this situation where FEMA would have come in, we now are going to use EMAC and bring other states in, or we're going to utilize these resources which we haven't previously. FEMA has been used in the past as the easy button. Right? Yep. The easy button has gone away, and now they're going to have to use some of the other mechanisms to get in. They'll still be able to meet the need, but it's going to take more than just one phone call to FEMA. It might take the 10 different phone calls to get everything they need in place.
Erica, how do you feel about what Vermont had to do over the storms in the past your years as a director?
I think as states, the one thing they share is the feeling of being overwhelmed on your worst day. So while in the Northeast, we may not have had the scope and scale of disasters, as say like Florida, Alabama, the Gulf Coast, the wildfires in the West, but we had them on frequency and per capita. We had them on scale. And at the end of the day, we all share the same challenges. We all share the same hazards and risks that we don't have enough resources for, and we don't have enough people for. So, when we move forward and we're looking at, say, the recommendations from the FEMA Council, listening to all of the voices in the room, because there's a lot of voices in this collective room around what the future of emergency management is, we have to really also remember that not every state is created equally, not every jurisdiction is created equally, and be careful that as we're moving forward, we're supporting capabilities that don't inadvertently also create have and have not jurisdictions that are inherently more vulnerable to the worst day that is inevitably going to come.
Great. So Jeff, working with Team Rubicon, you did a lot of operational, methods for the disastering states. Going forward, how can Team Rubicon or a nonprofit similar to that, how can they really change the efficiency of recovery and response within the state's plan? Right now they're called when the disaster happens. How do we integrate them into those state plans?
Yeah, and I think that it's important that disaster response is a year-round sport. It doesn't happen at the time of the disaster. So, with a lot of other volunteer organizations, but definitely with Team Rubicon, we interact with states on a regular basis. We, do exercises with our states. We do a lot of pre-storm mitigation. So, we're with a lot of our locals and states on a continual basis. And then from a planning aspect, what we consider one aspect that we do with our expedited home repair is to help alleviate sheltering in a big disaster, which is always if you've ever in a state or local and had to do shelter operations, they're very, very difficult. So people want to be back in their homes. They want to be back on their lot of land. So, that's where we can come in and do that. We also, have the ability to, and we think that this could be a large gap, Brian, and we use that actually between our two states at the times we were both there, the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, which is amazing. But, is that kind of funding guarantee going to be backing that up now? Is that going to make hesitations of states? So we're already looking at, we have skill sets that can help fill gaps and fill holes in emergency operations centers and so forth. So it's just as much as the states and locals reaching out, it's our job as nonprofits, as community leaders and those that are there to help to reach out as well. I don't wait for my phone call my phone to ring. I'm calling people because I know there's a need. So I think it's a year-round sport, and it takes all of us, but it's not just at the time of the disaster.
Right. It's muscle memory. So we've got the nonprofits. Erica, talk to me about the community-based engagements that you've been through in Vermont, and how do the states that may not have that partnership or relationship with these folks now, how can they get it for the future?
Yeah, I mean, like it or not, I mean, the truth is engaging meaningfully, meeting community-based organizations where they're at is a very labor-intensive job for emergency managers. It's a lot.
It is.
And I'm not, and it takes investment, it takes time, it takes relationships. And so in Vermont and New England, it would not surprise you to know that we do not have a big faith-based community. They're there, but they're not huge as they are in the South. So you really have to be creative. Like, those are the folks that really come and engage on a regular basis in disasters, and they actually come from outside of New England. And I'm not just talking about faith-based organizations, I'm talking about a lot of organizations that are volunteer-based, and so we've had to do a lot of fostering of those relationships. And I won't say that we cracked the nut on that. You know, it's like I said, it takes a lot of investment, time, and energy, and you know, you only have so many staff and resources to be able to maintain those relationships. So, you know, maybe there's somebody out there with a better solution than I, but that's what emergency managers are going to have to focus on, is no longer focusing on maybe the federal requirements for their grant funding, but refocusing back to the local level and building themselves to support those relationships.
That's great, thank you. And Brian, let's continue on Erica's thought process here, because you've managed large-scale disasters reoccurring. So these partnerships have to be in place well in advance to these storms. You know, can you give us a little sense of how you managed those relationships, built on those relationships, and created new relationships as those entities might have been taxed out because you've had these recurring disasters? How do you maintain, sustain, and create new ones?
Yeah, it is. In Florida, I had the good fortune, or bad fortune, I suppose, however you do it, to get lots of practice. We knew everybody who was working with us because we'd been through so many storms through each other. We knew what our capabilities were, and we had honest conversations about when they were going to be tapped out. But you had some sense of that going into it, when they were going to be tapped out, so that you could start looking for the second or third, affect folks to come in and backfill them. That will be a big challenge right now, because again, the gaps that will be created this year and beyond, we don't truly know yet what all the gaps are and how they're going to be filled. So it will take the folks who are in the field and the state and local governments a lot of dedicated effort to figure out how they're going to fill those, because in some cases the charitable organizations or others can step up and fill it, but it may not be the entirety of the gap. And so they're going to have a lot of honest conversations about that, and as much as they're able to, training and exercise and practicing those ahead of time are going to be beneficial and necessary.
Which is what Jeff has mentioned about not calling them day of the disaster, but pulling them into the trainings and to the planning prior to the disasters, which is necessary. So, we've talked about the nonprofits and we've talked about community-based, but the big picture here is private sector. And how do we engage them into our disaster planning, resiliency, recovery efforts, because they will probably take a bigger role than they've taken in the past. So let's kind of go through, what does that look like in operational, Jeff, bringing in private sector? How can states do it, and what can they do to sustain their efforts within the resiliency recovery?
From the state side, I think, and there's some really good models that states have developed with the Business Emergency Operations Center. FEMA has something very similar to that. But, on the Team Rubicon side, we always are with our private sector partners. They are the fuel of our mission, so to speak. So, Home Depot, a lot of different partners that we interact with daily, because if you're doing logistics, they do that on a daily basis. If you're doing, you need equipment, they do that on a daily basis. So I'm, public school Alabama, so simple-minded here, but how do you bring those people that do the things you need in a disaster? They already do it daily. Let's get those experts in, and then, from a government side, give them authority, and kind of, you got to be that financial backer, if you will. But, I think that, bringing them in early, again, into the operations, not
private sector,
not Heisman them, don't put them out here, bring them in the door. They're crucial.
And especially with the supply chain efforts that you needed at Team Rubicon. And Erica, what's an effective way to engage the private sector into this fold now when they weren't involved before?
Yeah, I can say that many states have wonderful private sector liaisons.
Yes, they do.
And Vermont was not one of them. I'll say that. I'm telling you, we didn't crack the nut. We didn't have a lot of people. But I was always very jealous of states like Florida, North Carolina, who, some of the states, and even the lesser resource states that just made it a priority to have a private sector liaison, and they have really done wonders for their state. So that's one way, making it a priority to have a private sector liaison. If I was still sitting in the seat, I would have my own contract officer.
That's a good point.
In emergency management, or just get really, really friendly with our purchasing folks. But they also, state government, there wasn't enough of them. But emergency managers, I think, are going to become, to a certain extent, more project and program managers over folks that are force multipliers of their own staff, and they need to be ready for that.
I mean, do you have any words of wisdom for our states that haven't had these great experiences with private sector, and maybe kind of give us some, best strategies to go and work with them? Because as we in New England really have some private sector, but not a lot, because our disasters are not as recurring and disastrous as they are in the Gulf states. So give us some key practices that you used in Florida that we can move forward.
When I started in Florida in 2011, I had just come from being the director of emergency management at Walmart. So the very first thing I did when I got to Florida was create and hire for the private sector liaison. And so they immediately started, whenever we would have exercises or activations, bringing in representatives from Publix and Walmart and Home Depot and the Florida Retail Federation, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, and the Gas Station Association, et cetera. Not because I wanted to buy things from them, because I wanted to hear from them what they needed to get back open. My goal was to return to normalcy as quickly as possible. And so if Walmart said, hey, I can open up this store if you just do this, clear that road or get on that power grid, then I wouldn't have to, as a state, spend $500,000 or $1 million on a point of distribution to give away food and water. I could focus that effort somewhere else. So information sharing and access is one of the biggest things you can do with those partners. So that they feel like they're part of the solution, and also challenge them with responsibility as well. Have your local emergency managers and your state ones say, hey, you are part of this community, you are part of the fabric here, you have a responsibility to your citizens. I need you to talk to your employees about how they're to take care of themselves so they can come back to work so you can take care of your neighbors.
Well, I think that's how the conversations going forward, as our discussion this morning talked about, really leaning hard on the private sector, because now it is a priority for them to have a resilient community, because if the community is resilient, they're up and practicing again. So as we move forward as emergency leaders, the incentive to bring folks to the table to create and develop and sustain resiliency is at everyone's best interest. As before, we did rely heavily on FEMA, and they did come in and provide some value there, but now going forward, we don't know. So I'm looking at the time, and unfortunately, I only have 6 minutes left with these experts, but I really do want to turn to something that's, really the talk of conversation. And personally, I want to hear from these experts on their opinions of the FEMA Review Council. So, given the time, I'm not going to craft the message. I would just like you to talk to me about your opinions on the targeting of the FEMA Review Council, maybe the change in operations, and the potential evolving leadership roles that this council will recommend going forward, and then where FEMA is these days, as we know that FEMA is changing. So Brian, why don't we start with you?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm optimistic.
I love
the
it.
people on this council, I know half of them really well, and they are outstanding professionals who have decades of experience.
So you've got a good mixture.
There's a good mixture. There's there's state folks and Mark Cooper and Nick Kidd and Kevin Guthrie. There's FEMA, Bob Fenton.
Yep.
There's a local mayor who was a police chief. There's a local sheriff. Those folks have been there. They know what the needs are on the ground. They know how to prepare a community and recover and mitigate against it. So, but they also know where the system hasn't worked. And so I think, their expertise combined with the others on the council and the people they bring in to share perspectives can craft a really outstanding outcome. So I'm excited about what recommendations they'll make and the changes they'll make.
That's really great. Now, Jeff, we'll head over to you because they are going to change operationally, right? What are your thoughts of how that's going to look post FEMA review and what the states are now going to have to take on operationally where they didn't before?
Yeah, and I'm very similar to Brian. You know, I'm optimistic. There's some really, really quality folks on the council. And, you know, I'm one of the rarities, and I'll say it in this town, I hope every president's the best president. Doesn't matter party. I hope this is the best review that can be given because, and acted upon because lives matter. Now, I'll answer that question, and I think it's important to know that every disaster FEMA responds to, Team Rubicon's there, and we better beat them there. That's my directive to my team. But we're also there on many disasters where FEMA doesn't respond, right? So from a Team Rubicon aspect, you know, the change in FEMA, it's really uncertainty. I don't have the knowledge base to know what that means. What I have the knowledge to do is control what I can control. And I don't say I as Jeff Byard, I say I as Team Rubicon. I know we're going to have disasters. I know I have 180,000 willing gray shirts that are ready to go out to help. I know we have existing relationships. So as all this is going on, we're less than 30 days away from hurricane season. They don't care about a FEMA review council. They don't even care about FEMA, right? So, you know, it's time to act. I think Brian said it best, you know, don't wait on the review. You know, anticipate what you think that's going to be and start, you know, task organizing with what you have and get after it.
Thank you. I mean, it's great. I want to hear from Erica.
Yeah, I think I am also optimistic.
Yes,
I think we're all
glad to hear
optimists, and we would not be public servants or former public servants if we were not also optimists. You know, I think I also think that the folks that are maybe not as experienced on the council with emergency management doctrine, you know, our systems, they also have value in the voice that they lend to this process. You know, we as emergency managers have not done a good enough job of creating the institution of emergency management. We have emergency management as a discipline, emergency management as a profession, emergency management as a series of processes that you know, span a spectrum, but we have not created ourselves as an institution or a pillar of government that is necessary. And I'm afraid that with decentralizing you know, some of those emergency management functions, you will introduce greater variability across jurisdictions. So I'm hoping that does not happen. I'm optimistic that does not happen. But I think, you know, my call to action is that, you know, we really need to be better at telling the story of how important this function of government is, and why it's essential for every jurisdiction to have in the future, regardless of funding stream.
Thank you. I mean, we're at the last minute here, so I could go on all day talking about this. This is so important. And I think your expertise and your experience has given us this opportunity as a group to really think and take things back to our entities and regroup, which we all are working on. We have to admit, like, disaster resiliency is evolving, and its state leadership must rise to meet this in order for us to champion the next storm. I do want to thank the U.S. Chamber for putting us together. This vital conversation is going to happen today, tomorrow, and in the future. I have to thank our esteemed panelists who took the time to come here and get grilled these questions, talk about their experience, and really give us something to think about, because things are changing. Whether we want it or not, things are going to change and be very different this season. So I think for all of us, I think it's, let's continue the discussions, let's work together going forward, and I think that it's not only preparing America for the next disaster, but let's make it resilient for any of our challenges. So thank you all for coming to listen to this. Thank you to my panelists for taking the time and to listen to me, and thanks again to the Chamber of Commerce that put this together.
All right, thank you, Ray.
Please enjoy a quick break. Programming will resume in 10 minutes. Please take your seats in the Great Hall. Our program is beginning.
Corporation tomorrow. Now, Glenn, you'll be leading a multi-state disaster simulation.
Sure.
So can you tell me a little bit about what that is, and then maybe what you're hoping folks take away from it?
Sure, absolutely. First, I want to thank the Chamber Foundation for inviting me, and it's great to see so many friends and colleagues and experts out there. Looking at the audience, it's going to be an incredible discussion. We're going to focus in on this intersection between disasters, nation-state threats, and the changing and emergency management system. And we're going to start with that discussion to kind of raise our awareness and raise our understanding of the intersection and the implications of this intersection. And then we're going to go into simulated exercise. We're going to have roundtable exercises, roundtable discussions about multi-state disasters that are also impacted by foreign states trying to interfere with our operations, among other things.
Okay. And what are you hoping folks come away with, like once they go through their session tomorrow?
I'm really hoping that people will walk away with a higher level of awareness of the potential for nation-state threats to interfere with the emergency response. And at the same time, understanding that the emergency management system is changing. Frankly, as we're here at the conference and over the next 6 months, it's important to look at the implications and start to understand the challenges that our emergency management and our private sector response is going to be during the hurricane and the wildfire season, as well as unexpected disasters that may occur.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you joining me here at the desk, and I know Glenn is ready, so folks that are planning to attend, just a reminder, it's tomorrow afternoon. I hope you guys are ready, and we'll kick it back to the main stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shanique Street, and I'm the Executive Director of Programs here at the Chamber Foundation, where I manage our Community Resilience portfolio. Thank you for joining us for this important conversation about how small businesses can build their resilience before, during, and after disasters. In a 2024 survey commissioned by the Chamber of Commerce Foundation and funded by the UPS Foundation, we found that there's a critical gap in disaster preparedness among small businesses. When businesses aren't prepared, this has devastating consequences for the economic stability of our communities. The research suggests that there is an overconfidence among many small businesses, where 94% believe they are ready to handle disasters, but only 26% have an actual disaster plan in place. About a third of small businesses affected by disasters took 6 months or longer to recover, with some taking over a year. The study found that the limited preparedness is due to perceived low risk and high costs of preparing. It is crucial that businesses are proactive in taking the necessary steps to become more resilient and better prepared for the challenges ahead. Today, I'm joined by Chris Stallings, the Associate Administrator for the Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience Small Business. At the Small Business Administration, apologies. I would also like to welcome Jim Kelly, Senior Vice President at Fiserv. So Jim, let's start with you. Why is Fiserv prioritizing the focus on small business preparedness, resiliency, and community impacts?
Thank you so much, Anika, and thank you for having us as part of this great conference. Fiserv is focused on small businesses because so much of business in this country is small business. A vast majority of it is a small business operator. And when disruptions occur and small businesses aren't able to continue to operate, that becomes problematic not just for the business, but really for the community that they serve. Fiserv wants to make sure that we are helping everyone going through that process, making sure that we're reaching out and can help continue to have business operate, and again, have transactions go through and be able to continue to serve those communities. Great, so important.
Now, Chris, when small businesses and their communities are hit by disaster, SBA is on the ground with vital resources to aid their recovery. How are you working to ensure disaster survivors can easily and swiftly connect to the vital financial relief?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's so good to see you. At SBA, we're committed to the disaster survivor. And so whether that's the business owner, the homeowner, the renter, the not-for-profit, our commitment is the disaster survivor. And so how we can rapidly deploy our resources is not a whole of response, but an individual response to the scenario itself. So how quickly we can get on the ground. Our goal is 72 hours to have our team on the ground after a declaration, whether it be a presidential or an agency declaration, one of our many there. But for us, it's getting out there and having those community involvement engagements, whether it's at our chamber friends. We work very closely. When I was in Georgia with our Georgia chamber, it's extremely important to get into those relationships, build those community lifelines. But I think it's also important that we reach folks where they are, not expecting you to come find us, but it's extremely important for us to come find you. We use technologies, we'll use canvassing, we'll just come sit with you on the front porch if that's what you need. The role and the goal is to make sure that we're getting our resources to you, making sure that you're capable to recover, capable to get back into business. We understand, I use this reference a lot. As the administrator points out, small business is big business, but especially if you grew up in a city like I did, McKaysville, Georgia, 1,100 people, you didn't have a whole lot of things. So the individuals and the businesses that you operate and represent, getting you back online for folks, especially in our rural communities, priority one for us.
That's so important, and thank you for sharing that. A question I have for both of you. So, of course, there are proactive measures that these small businesses can take that might determine whether they stay open or close forever after a disaster strikes. Jim, what are some of those proactive measures that these small businesses can take?
Well, there's the old adage, prior planning prevents poor performance, right? Making sure that you have plans and awareness of what you would do. What would you do if you lost your building? What would you do if you lost your staff? How would you handle if you didn't have infrastructure like power or internet? How were you able to go through that? Making sure that you have a plan is so important. You talked about some of the statistics that you began the presentation with. 94% think that they can respond, but when it actually happens, so many people are planning for the first time. So it's really going through and making sure that you do think about this. And small businesses are really focused on, hey, we want to start up, we want to expand, we want to do things. So rarely do they say, hey, what do we do when there's a disruption? And what we've been trying to do is make sure that people are aware of that and doing work with the foundation, trying to make sure that people are thinking about how to prepare for a disruptive event beforehand.
Thank you. And Chris, I'll turn to you.
I would say that as a business owner, you've got nothing but free time, right? You've got nothing but the opportunity to look for more stuff to do.
If only.
So, yeah. There's only, you're only working 25 hours a day, 8 days a week as it is. So what else can we do? But I would say this. In emergency management, we had a saying, and it was very simple. It says, the only thing more difficult than preparing for disaster is explaining why you didn't, right? So what can you do? We have something that we do is called a continuity of operations plan. Sometimes it's just as simple as writing down on paper so that when it goes bad, where can I find the keys? The next person that comes into my building, where do they find the keys? What is the password? You know, when's the last time you pressure tested your plumbing at your building? Well, sometimes you need to pressure test your systems, test yourself. And so putting together a continuity of operations allows you to have an opportunity to work together, to look at some of these programs. Call your friends and say, hey, when it goes bad, what are you thinking about doing? You got any space if it goes bad for me? I can come throw up an operation overnight. Having those blue sky day conversations, as we like to affectionately call them, are so much more important than the response in the gray sky moments. Going into a disaster with some of a plan is so much better than waiting for a disaster to cause you to have to create one. And so I would say take a few minutes. I know you don't have a lot of those few minutes, but doing a little bit along the way will set you up for a lot better success. Our goal is to help you recover as quickly as possible, but it is a team effort.
Thank you. And another question I want to pose to you, Chris, is we know that the SBA utilizes partnerships to effectively reach small business owners across the country. Can you tell us about how you utilize those relationships?
Absolutely. So our SBDCs, our Women Business Program, our veterans business owners, we do everything we can. We engage with as many but certainly, I go back to the chamber. I was a huge advocate of the chamber, and I'm not just saying that because I'm sitting in front of you, I promise. I've bragged on the chamber even when I was in front of other organizations, because you're the lifeline, you're the backbone of your communities. You know who sells eggs. You know who has diapers that they have in surplus. You know that when you need cleaning supplies, this is the company that makes it. You also know who has retail space or empty space when we need to come in and set up a disaster recovery center or a business recovery center or a disaster loan operations center. So having those connections and working with our partnerships allow us to turn on those resources faster. I think that, we all have learned through whatever disaster or whatever hardship that you faced in business is that we're stronger together. Many hands make light work, however, whatever slogan or phrase that you like to use. But the more that we lean into this problem together, the more that we reach out to our technologies, but our human engagement. There's nothing in disaster that means as much as just sitting across the table from one another, sharing stories, sharing that opportunity to recover, and how we can come back stronger together.
So that's such a good point about making sure that you're having those conversations and working with the local communities, because those ensure more sustainable response effort and resiliency all around. Jim, at the foundation, we greatly appreciate the Fiserv partnership, and we utilize the data that you all create for both operational and programmatic efforts. And I know one of the tools that we appreciate greatly is the Fiserv Small Business Index. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. So the Fiserv Small Business Index pulls information from literally millions of businesses, small businesses throughout the U.S. We get this transaction information in near real-time feed, and we are able to break this information down by business category, by zip code, by all sorts of different ways. And we make this information available for free to everyone. One of the times that we've used this just last year was with the foundation. We were able to share this data during the hurricanes in North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, across that whole swath, to help track when certain businesses and certain types of areas were coming back, how quickly they were coming back, and when they would actually start to return to normal. That gives us a very quick ability to see what areas may need more help, what areas may need more services and additional components and capabilities. We have this, again, it's free on our website. You can download it and go through it. We formally put it out every month, but obviously in situations like that, we can get it every day. So there's a lot of really good information out there. But again, it's to help our small businesses to make sure that they know what they're doing and how we can get additional aid to them that we think is so important.
Thank you. In so many of these conversations that we have, there are discussions about measuring impact and the utilization of data and new forms of data. So, we really appreciate the work that you do through mechanisms like the Small Business Index. So a last question for both of you. Chris, we'll start with you. Please share a piece of advice with our audience members as they aim to support small businesses in these efforts.
I would say there's nothing that creates more excitement and energy in a crowd than when someone says, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? So I would say there's nothing more important than a true public-private partnership. And what I would recommend is that if you don't know your local emergency manager, if you don't know your state emergency manager, if you don't know who your resources that you can reach out to government to supplement and support you, then I would take advantage of that. My recommendation is find out who your local emergency manager is. In some small rural communities, it might be your sheriff, it might be your chief of police, it could be your fire chief. Wear a lot of numbers of hats. In Georgia, we had 159 counties. We only had 38 full-time emergency managers. So getting to know them is extremely important. Why? Because when it goes bad, you need to be able to grab hold of those resources. We come in to help. We want to be a good partner. But we understand that you know your business better than we will ever know it. You know what you truly need. Identifying what your weaknesses are going into disaster, I think, is extremely important. There are things that we're all good at, but sometimes we got to look in the mirror and say, all right, if it went bad today, what are we going to struggle at? And make that a priority. Even if it's finding someone who can help you with that solution at the end. I think a lot of times what we fail at, and when I say we, that's a royal we, including me, is that we love to talk about what we're good at, and we are quick to highlight the goods, but talking about those things where we're not as good and identifying those weaknesses going into problems, I think, is extremely important. And so for me, last thing I would say is identifying your strengths, finding your partners that can help you with your weaknesses will go a long way going into disaster. Certainly at SBA, we would love to partner with you. We would bring our technologies, our friends, and our resources and be there to help you however we can. You can find out more about us. I would say, going to sba.gov if you're not familiar. And if any time we can ever be a partner, we would love to help.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim.
I just want to echo a lot of what Chris just said. It's having those relationships are so important, and you can't build a good relationship in the middle of a crisis. You need to know who to go to. You need to know who to talk to. You need to have that relationship and that trust. It was one of the things we talked about in one of the earlier sessions. Having trust with people that you're able to talk to and go through, and be aware of what's happening in your community. Use things like, any sort of information source that you can get, especially during these types of events. I plug the Fireside Small Business Index just because it's free and it's there, but there's a lot of different things that you can go through and do. And the big thing to remember is a disruptive event, a disaster, isn't going to send a meeting invite. It's going to happen when you least expect it. It will occur when you don't want it to. So you got to be ready for it. You got to think about it beforehand, because if you're thinking about it while it's happening, it's way too late.
Thank you. I really appreciate this conversation, and I think many of the audience will, so thank you for joining us. But talking about the public-private partnerships and how to utilize that in finding success in the work that we are all doing. You make mention of the importance of having conversations about preparedness during the blue sky moments. I really like that. And not just waiting for the gray skies or when disaster strikes. Both of you mentioned partnerships, building strong relationships, building trust with local community partners, and helping people develop their operation plans when things are good and not just when disaster strikes, but also the importance of data with the Small Business Index and working to identify where the resources are, to collect further resources to inform all of our work. So just wanted to thank both of you for joining us today and sharing your expertise in this important work. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for joining us.
Thanks.
see. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name's John Rabin, and I'm going to host a little bit of a conversation about future risks and some of the cross-sector collaboration. As I mentioned, my name's John Rabin. I'm a vice president in the disaster management practice at a company called ICF. We do a lot of state and local disaster recovery and resilience work. And up until about 6 months ago, I was the former assistant administrator in response for FEMA, which means I had all the toys of the FEMA program: communications, USAR teams, operations centers, things like this. My panels today, we have Piyush Kumar and we have George Gusja, and I'll get them a chance to introduce themselves, and then we're going to talk a little bit about future risks. We're going to talk about cross-sector collaboration and go from there. Piyush.
Hi, everyone. My name is Piyush Kumar. I'm the Vice President for National Security and Resilience at American Electric Power. If you're unfamiliar with American Electric Power, it's one of the largest electric utilities in the country, based in 11 states. And so prior to my current role at AEP, I was at the Department of Energy as the director for the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response. And I've been in and out of government a couple of times, but it's all been within the electricity space and really looking at risks and how we're looking at energy infrastructure and how do we mitigate those risks. So glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Great. George?
Thank you. George Gusja. I'm the president and CEO of the National Institute of Building Sciences. 51 years ago, Congress created NIBS by Act of Congress 1974 Housing Act. And the reason they did that is because they recognized that they needed an authoritative source of findings and recommendations in the public interest, someone that would bring together the public and private sectors of the economy and really work on advancing and accelerating the applied science and technology that was being innovated throughout. We believe that building innovation is the foundation of American innovation. American innovation is a tide that lifts all boats. Building innovation is your baseline depth. It is what safeguards, enables, and empowers lives, livelihoods, and communities throughout the country.
Great. Thanks. We've heard a lot of talks this morning or this afternoon about leadership. We had some great conversations about federal leadership, some at the state and local, and the private sector leadership. And one of the challenges that leadership will experience, that we've all experienced, is in this evolving and this unprecedented risk area that we are in, and how we mitigate those risks through cross-sector collaboration. The risk environment that we are all experiencing, that we're all talking about, that we're building resilience for, is really unprecedented. We've got storm threats we've got storms that are coming that are bigger, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're more impactful, and they're more widespread than ever before. We have a nation-state threat that is real. For the first time in probably a generation or so, we have a nation-state threat that is that other nations are trying to deny our ability as a nation to meet our national security interests, while at the same time making sure that they are able to meet their own and denying our ability to mitigate those risks as well. We have system changes. We've talked a lot about the changes that are going on in FEMA and the other parts of the federal government. These are changes to policy, to regulations, to law, but also, and this is, I think, really important when we talk about risk and capabilities, we've also had a lot of changes to systems of capabilities and capacities, where no longer is it going to be just the federal government that's going to come in and help. We're going to need to rely on the private sector. The states are going to take a little bit more of a role. The locals are going to take a little bit more of a role, and that cross-collaboration is going to be absolutely critical. And then we've got a trust deficit. Let's be honest, there's a trust deficit in a lot of our government organizations, and that goes through the entire spectrum and the entire enterprise of emergency management. And that also is a risk that we're going to work ourselves through and talk about as well. So today we're going to talk a little about future risk, and the first question for you, George, is can you share your insights on the importance of anticipating future risks and how the National Institute for Building Sciences is considering options for improving our national resilience in communities?
Absolutely, thank you. So the very first thing is we all have to accept that the risks are real. These are not things that possibly maybe won't somewhat will happen. These are real risks. The hazards are going to be realized. We are going to have to face disasters, whether they're natural or man-made. Once we do that, then we can focus in on how do we truly plan for those risks. What is resilience? A lot of times, we at NIBS look at the fact that when you have a disaster event, you need to make sure you understand and you plan for the controlled deformation of your infrastructure. Think about the crumple zones in your car. An impact happens. Severity of the impact, it impacts the way that the car reacts, right? That deformation. The other thing that we all have to realize is one of the most fundamental and important things that we can do is to prioritize our limited resources to optimize functional recovery and accelerate functional recovery so that we can meet functional recovery targets that are necessary throughout the community.
Thanks. Piyush, to follow up from your perspective at AEP, what are the scenarios that you are preparing for?
Yeah, George, I think you hit it on the head, starting off and really understanding what are those risks we're facing. That's something we think about a lot at AEP. First and foremost, two of our big priorities for AEP are just ensuring reliability. We know how important it is to have a reliable electric grid. All of us depend on electricity to be able to function as a society, as an economy, and even it's important for our national security. And so really having reliability front and center is really important. Along with that, though, is we have to make sure that it's affordable. People can actually pay. And so reliability and affordability are key. And how we're driving a lot of our work is also putting customers first. So we have to make sure that the communities that we're in 11 different states. Each state, as you know, probably has different priorities depending on the community you're in. And so really leaning into working with our communities to really understand what do we need to be prioritizing, how do we get that balance of risk and resilience is really important. To that end, there's really three big things that are on my mind. So number one of the big things we're seeing across the electricity sector, across the United States, is we're seeing this demand for electricity grow. There was a report a couple of weeks ago by NEMA, or the National Electric Manufacturers Association, that's putting electricity consumption from data centers as a result of AI to increase by 300% over the next decade. That's huge. Electricity consumption by 2050 is supposed to go up by 50% in the United States. Those are really big numbers that we have to plan for, because the reality is we have to make sure that that electricity is reliable, and so that we can continue to feed electricity to a lot of new infrastructure and a lot of the electricity demand. The second thing that we're really focused on is we're looking at natural hazards. Things that were like wildfire threats. Wildfire threats are no longer a West Coast threat, it is a US threat. And so we need to be preparing for those in all of those different communities where we're seeing a higher wildfire risk. That is a really big one. And then last but not least, as John, you mentioned, the cyber threat. I mean, the reality is it's increasing exponentially. The recent threats we've seen out of China related to Volt Typhoon or Salt Typhoon, if you've seen them in the news, is a real step change in terms of the cyber threat we're facing. And we have to work across all of those different things that we're seeing across the energy sector and work on them all together to make sure that we are building a secure, resilient, reliable energy system that so much of our economy and our national security is dependent on.
Great. Thanks, Piyush. That's really interesting. I think the demand aspect of this, as an emergency manager, I don't really think through all of the impacts of what the generation side of all that is and how you have to make some really cost-benefit analysis of how you're going to do that. So, George, Piyush brought up a bunch of his concerns of what the scenarios they're preparing for. What are your thoughts from NIBS as to what are really your perspective of what the most scenarios are that you guys are helping think through in NIBS?
So one of the biggest risks that we see is the continued siloing of major sectors of the infrastructure, and then within each sector, this fragmentation. So if you can imagine, and many of us I don't think can, and that's success, 50 years ago, when Congress created NIBS, one of the first things they asked us to do is work with what became NIST and HUD and 3 regional authorities to come up with national building codes. Before that happened, there were certain parts of the country where you could, theoretically, build a home out of gum and balsa wood. We have a similar situation in the infrastructure space, and people forget buildings is an infrastructure sector. Water, wastewater, electricity, transmission, communications, multimodal transportation. You have so many different jurisdictions. You have different utilities. Everyone does things a little bit different. It complicates what should be a standard that helps all Americans understand that whatever happens, people from all over the country can come in and respond.
Great. You mentioned George, about the work you do with NIST and with HUD. Can you talk a little bit about why that cross-sector collaboration is so crucial for building resilience and how you think we can strengthen it across community lifelines?
So a lot of times when people think about the built environment, they think about buildings, homes. You forget about the roads. You forget about the spaces. You forget about everything that allows communities to thrive. And that's where we need to relook the built environment. The built environment is a system of systems. And until we start looking at it as a system of systems and focus on optimizing across the entire community versus one segment of that system, we're going to have challenges. So that's one of the things that we're very, very focused on. I think it also goes back to the idea of how do you prioritize limited resources? If you know that there's a risk coming, you know that there's going to be impacts. Does the most popular person get all the money? You know, do you just happen to have a really, really good person in charge of your water utility, so they're going to get all the funding? That's not right. It doesn't help. So changing our perspective and looking at the entire community as a system of systems is the #1 thing that we're focused on right now. And I think that until we do that, we're going to have challenges each time there is a disaster event.
Thank you. So I think many of you have been in emergency management for a long time, and you've all been in the field and responded to a bunch of disasters. And oftentimes it comes down to, for a lot of it, it becomes down, especially in the life-saving, life-sustaining aspect, it becomes down to a power problem. How do we get power back to those critical infrastructures that we need, whether it's hospitals, whether it's water facilities, whether it's supermarkets and cell phone service and communications. Power really, we understand how much disaster management depends on power, but also how much really our economy depends on power. So Piyush, for you, how do you see the electricity industry's role in collaborating through integration and supporting other sectors?
Yeah, you know, there was this construct back in the day that we would call the lifeline sectors. And the reality was, and you know, FEMA had talked about that a lot, you know, electricity is one of those lifeline sectors that enables other sectors, but there's also a reality that to operate the electric grid, there's also interdependencies we have with the communications network, for example. You know, as we're modernizing the grid, as we're making it more digital, which is going to make it more reliable and efficient and safe, there's that communications layer that's being added to it. So that now we're thinking about that interdependency with having communications available to operate the grid efficiently. And then you add another challenge that I'm very concerned about is our supply chain threats. So when you're thinking about the cyber threats that we were just talking about, a lot of the infrastructure that we're putting out there is being built by a lot of other manufacturers and software vendors. And so when we think of resilience, we really do need to think about an integrated approach. We need to make sure that we haven't just hardened and built the resilience into certainly the power lines. We're doing that. We're really thinking about that through our investments. But we need those other infrastructure sectors that we are also dependent on to be equally as resilient and to be able to set some of those. We talk about secure by design, but let's talk about resilient by design. How do we build some of our infrastructure and communities by looking at all the connectivity and interdependency to build just true community resilience by looking at all those different infrastructure sectors.
I think that's great. I think that's I wrote that down, resilient by design. I think that's going to be one of the big takeaways from me for this. George, we talked about, Piyush just talked a lot about interdependability and how reliant the power grid is and the power sector is on the interdependability of all the other pieces and parts of the system, from a customer side, but also from a supply chain side as well. From the world of building and the science side of building, how do you guys use interdependability, and what are some of your key partners that you use to establish that and ensure it?
Sure. Well, first, I think it's good to visualize, because you have to be very intentional when you do these things, right? So if you look at each major sector of infrastructure, or lifeline infrastructure, as we also call it, as a spoke in a wheel, what we often lack is the hub, right? So without the infrastructure hub, you can have all the spokes that you want, it's just not going to function. And we all know that, we talk about it, but there's no real easy solution to creating this type of hub. I think that it's one of the reasons why standardization is so important. But we do have examples of where this has been successful, and has been successful, honestly, for decades. One of the first things that come to mind is the effort around seismic safety in this country. So for 45 years, there's been a cross-sector of structural engineers, seismic safety experts, scientists, researchers from the public sector, private sector, different disciplines across geographies throughout the U.S. that come together, and they go through a process to create what's called the NEHRP provisions. And the NEHRP provisions become the seismic safety provisions that help govern and keep communities safe throughout the country. Just the fact that that is something that can be done always gives me hope, because I don't know if you all have really worked with seismic and structural engineers, but if you can get a bunch of structural engineers to agree, to collaborate, to come up with a consensus-based solution, that's an accomplishment. That is something right there. And I think that what we need to do is focus as a nation on creating those collaborative, cross-sector, cross-disciplinary groups that really focus in on one particular issue. And then as those issues have been solved, then we can move forward and then take those solutions and bring them all together until we have something that really does optimize across all the systems in the U.S.
That's great. We talked a lot about cross-collaboration, so just quickly, because I want to make sure that we stay on time, we've talked a lot about the successes. What do you see as some of the gaps that we still need to address through cross-sector collaboration? And Piyush, I'll go to you first.
There's this one effort that DHS had stood up called the tri-sector effort. You might remember it.
Yep.
I think it was electricity, comms, and finance is where it was started. And it was really trying to get that interdependency and systemic risk analysis and planning across those three sectors. And the hope was, let's start there and then start to bring in other sectors to really do that hard work, which is, it's not easy to do that systemic risk analysis across multiple sectors, but let's start doing that. And so, I'd love to see some of that work continue. And for us to really work together as sectors at a national level. Now, we also have to be working at the state level. So, And we need the states to come together to say, how do we look at different sectors? How do we really look at the risks to our sector? Because we know that natural hazards aren't the same across the country. There still is different risks, different likelihoods of risks across the country. And so how do we do a better job of planning for them, both at a state-by-state basis, but also a regional level, particularly for some of those natural hazards that are going to cross state boundaries. And so doing some of that really important work, again, just seeing how it was working well within the tri-sector and continuing it to expand to other sectors, I think is a good model for continuing to do this work.
Great. So I think that's a great segue to talking about impact and how we measure impact through mitigating risks, but also that cross-sector collaboration. And George, for you, NIBS pioneered some research on how mitigation saves, which demonstrates that initial return on investment. But what other approaches are you guys taking to assess the impact of resilience initiatives?
Right. So first, just to talk about mitigation saves, which is something that I think is more important than ever to look at the return on investment pre-disaster, post-disaster. But once you have that number, is it meaningful without a context? So the next step is, mitigation needs assessments. What do we actually need through each of these? You start identifying the best investments so that you can maximize, again, the returns on what you put forward. We also look at incentivizing resilience. At the end of the day, for many, well, it doesn't matter what sector you're from, if it doesn't pencil out, it's not going to move forward. And that's something that you really have to look at. How can we, as a community, help pencil out? So we're bringing together not just the built environment and the AEC community and the public sector. We're reaching out and saying, let's talk to finance. Let's talk to the insurance industry. Let's really bring together all the key stakeholders that have investments and look at how we can incentivize the resilience that all the families across this nation deserve. And finally, this is probably maybe the nerdiest thing you're going to hear all day, but if you actually look at the application of actuarial science on interventions, it really can inform what is working and what doesn't. NIBS is collaborating with some different government agencies right now to look at a method through which we can apply actuarial science to interventions like standards, codes, criteria, guidelines, whether in a single form or with groups, so that we can really see what is the true benefit of that intervention in numbers that are meaningful, that you can budget, that you can put into a plan.
Great, thanks. So Piyush, AEP and other utilities have invested millions of dollars in resiliency to improve infrastructure, to reduce outages, to lower costs, all of those things. What are the specific kinds of investments that you have seen that have really yielded the most measurable impacts?
Yeah, so I know back, this goes a long ways away, where, back 10 years ago, we were talking about the smart grid. For those who've been around in the energy sector long enough, that was like the big buzzword back then, a decade ago. Now it's the norm because everything is smart. But back then, I remember there was a utility in Florida that had gotten actually federal grant funding to harden their energy infrastructure, to deploy more sensors on their network to be able to quickly isolate after a hurricane. And they made all these investments on their own, but also using grant funding. And when they saw some of the big storms that you're going to see in Florida, as we all know, they were able to recover much more quickly. They were able to have higher reliability rates than they'd ever had before. And so, it's certainly the policy side, but it's also some of the technology that can be really helpful in terms of really building in that resilience into communities. At AEP, just in February of this year, we announced a $1.7 billion investment to harden infrastructure, just from a reliability perspective, but also, as we talked about, in terms of the new electric demand. And we know we need to upgrade transmission lines. We know you need to upgrade that infrastructure to be able to be reliable for multiple states. Last month, we worked with Texas to harden infrastructure from wildfires, because that's where we were worried about wildfire risk in our service territory. And so we work with the Texas utility. I think the unique thing about utilities like ours are that we are regulated at the state level to a degree, and then we're also regulated at the federal level, and so we have to constantly show our homework. We have to be able to say, why are we making these investments, and how much of a return are we getting on not as many customer outages. The outages aren't as long in terms of minutes. And so we actually have to show our homework to our regulators to show why we're making these investments and how it's actually helping us from a reliability and resilience perspective.
Great. So we've got a couple minutes left, and we started this conversation talking about the unprecedented environment, the risk environment that's out there. And another word that you could use instead of unprecedented would be dynamic. So it's clearly a dynamic landscape that we're all working our way through. So I got a couple quick questions for you. George, I'm going to start with you. In this dynamic landscape where systems are changing, the weather, the nation-state threat, the fragility of a lot of our infrastructure, and also the trust challenges that we've got, what kind of planning considerations, George, do you account as you assess the resiliency of the environment across sectors in this dynamic landscape?
So, you can make this as complicated as you want, but I like to keep things pretty simple. So I look at things through three different factors: criticality, interdependence, and impact on lives, livelihoods, communities. And you look at those three things so that you can go ahead and best design your infrastructure crumple zones, and you can best optimize the return through functional recovery so people can get back to the lives that they deserve.
And Piyush, for you, now that you are out of government, you're in the same sector that you served in the government, are there concerns you have regarding our posture, and that's really the national posture, in meeting future challenges?
So, one, it's more important than ever for us to be working with our communities, our states, our local communities when we're doing this understanding of the risks, but then also building that resilience, because there's trade-offs. You're going to have to make trade-offs in terms of where you choose to build that resilience, how much that resilience is going to cost you. And so those are decisions that we have to be making at the state and local level. So that's number one. Another big one for me is, something that keeps me up at night is certainly the cyber risk. That is, again, like I said earlier, it's growing exponentially. And again, I've been on the private sector side a couple times, I've been on the government a couple times, and I'm more convinced now than ever before that we have to work together to address the cyber threats of a nation state. Having an individual company going against the cyber army of another country is just not a fair fight. And so we should certainly expect the private sector to make cyber investments like we are. We're absolutely doing that, whether it's everything as basic as phishing and making sure that our employees are, don't click on that phishing link, to more advanced stuff like deploying cyber sensors in our operational networks. But again, we do need to work with our government partners, whether it's our state government partners or federal or both, in fact, to really go up against some of the pretty significant cyber effects. And I say that because when I was on the government side, one of the things that I led was the response to the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. Think about it, a major pipeline like the Colonial Pipeline back in May of 2021, that one pipeline that had a cyber incident, and I won't get into the specifics from a time perspective, and happy to talk about it separately, but ultimately there was a huge pipeline that was shut down, and there was petroleum products that weren't available across the country. The entire Eastern Interconnect was impacted, jet fuel was impacted to airports. And so there's some pretty big consequences from large infrastructure not being available. And so really thinking about how do we build in cyber resiliency and that partnership with government to tackle this is important. So going back to where we were talking about, I do believe cyber resiliency and resilient by design are things that we should be building in from ideation all the way up to deployment of infrastructure in this country. That's something that we at AP take very seriously and take our responsibility seriously, and we want to make sure that we're doing it in partnership with other infrastructure partners, but also states and the federal government.
Great. Well, I thank both of you gentlemen tremendously for this, George and Piyush. This was a great conversation. A couple of takeaways throughout it all is, I think one is the risk is real. You've heard the risks both from Piyush talking about the cyber risks, the systems risks. You heard George talking as well about the risk that we see in the science world of buildings as well. We talk a lot about interdependability. Interdependencies is a big part of this resilience construct, for lack of a better term. We can't do it alone. We talk here in the foundation of the chamber here about the private sector integration with all these things. But when we think about resilience and we think about the interdependencies, it's much broader. It's systems, it's people, it's trust, it's all those things. So with that being said, I can't thank you guys enough. This was a joy to participate in the conversation with both of you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. As someone who knows how hard it is to fill this room, I really appreciate you all hanging in here late in the afternoon. Very impressive. I really want to thank Rob and the Chamber Foundation for including me and the U.S. Chamber in this important discussion. The Chamber has supported building smart, modern, resilient infrastructure and has made preparedness and pre-disaster mitigation among our top policy priorities. You may have heard many times today regarding our work on the economics of resilience, that together with our foundation and Allstate, we developed a preparedness payoff report that said for every dollar invested in pre-disaster mitigation and resilience projects and measures, there are $13 in reduced losses and economic savings. While we can't eliminate losses due to disasters, we can reduce their impact on the economy. Less effect on jobs, GDP, and incomes means less effect on communities, companies, people, and that economies recover more quickly. There is an appropriate federal role in investing in reducing risks for companies and communities, and that's what we're here to discuss today. Mitigation is a critical component of building resilient communities, extending far beyond the scope of the federal government. So I want to introduce our panel of experts today. First, to my immediate right, we have Roy Wright, President and CEO of the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, IBHS. We have Carol Haddock, who's a professor in the practice at Rice University, and online, and an example of a resilient conference and a resilient effort. Danielle Del Sol, who's director of the Preservation Center of New Orleans, was stuck in New Orleans because of storms last evening. So really important that we have Danielle, Carol, and Roy here today. So I want to start with you, Roy. I know that IBHS has been working on significant wildfire efforts. Can you share what is driving the work and can highlight recent lessons learned from Maui and Southern California wildfires from earlier this year?
Yeah, it's great to be with you all, and thanks for having us. You know, our work on research, we crash test buildings, is usually what IBHS is known for, but everything done at full scale, and we can do that against wind, rain, and hail, but wildfire's really been kind of the forefront of this. We're the only facility where we can recreate wildfire ember storms and test that kind of sequence of how fire moves from structure to structure in a controlled environment. Yet we also bridge that directly post-event in terms of what we can do on the ground. We want to collaborate and we want to actually calibrate in that space. We did this after every one of the major conflagrations over the last decade. So we had been in Lahaina some 2 years ago, and we're on the ground just 5 days after the burns. We're not going to stop the kind of ignitions that took place here. When you have a conflagration that requires humans, it requires drought, and it requires wind. And in this case, a flash drought's there in California, and you see what moves through. But when we show up, we're not looking for the ash, we're actually looking for what survived. We want to understand why it survived, because in learning from that, can we replicate it? And the pieces on wildfire are both about the parcel and home as well as the neighborhood. And we saw in stark relief, because when home survived, usually it wasn't just a single home, although there are some of those. Usually there was an island of 4 to 8 homes, where 2 or 3 of them had enough of the right features to be able to withstand the embers that were showering their way and then protect the ones that were behind. And so we're in a space coming out of this by which California and Los Angeles are looking to us and saying, okay, then how do we rebuild? And there are clear pathways on how to rebuild to be able to withstand the ember cast, which drives most of the ignitions, as well as the structure to structure that happens in high density. But I'll tell you, part of what we're learning, and the even steeper hill to climb, is can we convince across Los Angeles County, across LA, across California in the West, to implement those on what hasn't yet burnt down? Can we narrow those paths of destruction?
Thanks so much, Roy. Carol, turning to you, as you led Public Works in Houston, the built environment is a significant factor for both mitigating and exacerbating hazards. And if we're looking at things beyond wildfires, from your experience there through Hurricane Harvey and other hazards such as drought, what did you learn, and where do you see opportunities for applying those lessons in other communities?
So I spent almost 20 years at the City of Houston, the last 7 as the Director of Public Works. During that time, we had 7 nationally declared disasters. Most of them are flooding. In Houston, flooding is our what we've always traditionally thought of as our big risk. What we found in the last 15 or 20 years is that drought and freeze and wind, and there are other things beyond just flooding and tropical systems that are coming our way. And so what I really appreciate what Roy said is what you're always looking for is what went right, what didn't go bad in this particular previous storm. And what we saw in Hurricane Harvey is that the human response went really well. Neighbors helping neighbors, the resilience of the community, all those things. But that's not what you want to rely on in your long-term strategy. You want to rely on modern building codes. You want to rely on mitigation that identifies those areas of highest risk and takes people out of that risk for future events. You want to do site-specific. You want to do small regional, and you want to do large regional projects to do that. Probably one of the best examples in Houston is actually the Texas Medical Center that took it upon themselves to make themselves almost an island, not impact anyone else, but so that they could stay in operation throughout any event that came at them. They did during Winter Storm Uri, they did during Hurricane Harvey, but during Tropical Storm Allison, which happened in 2001, they lost water, electricity, and they had buildings flooded. So it is that how do you make sure that the next time that you've learned what happened and you're applying it moving forward? Another big part is having the conversation with the community, because when something happens to them, and we've heard this throughout the day already, people want to get back to normal as quick as possible. They want to get back to exactly the way it was. And you have to have them primed for the conversation that your old normal is not the risk you want to live in. You want a different normal. You want one that does provide mitigation, that provides safety, that reduces your risk, that doesn't make you go through this life-changing experience again, that you don't have to go through that. And so there are, I mean, lesson after lesson after lesson, and I'm excited to hand this off to New Orleans because they're very similar in many of the stories that they've gone through and how you preserve and adjust.
Well, thanks so much, Carol. Danielle, as the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina nears, how are you focusing on strengthening historic structures and neighborhoods to reduce the impact of hurricanes and other risks in your area? And where do you see advances in what New Orleans has been doing that you can apply elsewhere?
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you all today. Interestingly, we're looking at historic wisdom. So the vernacular architecture here in New Orleans was appropriate for our climate. When people first settled here, this was a swamp. It flooded. It has always flooded. And so homes were raised off the ground. And through the years, people have wanted to reclaim square footage and maximize square footage. And so if homes have been raised off the ground, those areas might have been enclosed, turned into apartments or little storefronts. And so now we have a situation where thousands of people have homes or buildings where the bottom floor originally was meant to flood if needed, and you wouldn't have kept something valuable on that bottom floor. You would have lived upstairs. But now those are being used as residences or businesses. And so what we are having to do is help people figure out how to essentially give up that usable space. And it's a painful thing to do. But insurance companies will no longer insure these first level floors that were once part of a building, and not meant to be inhabited. So that's one thing we're having to do to help homeowners of historic buildings that were originally lifted off the ground to respond to this flooding. For those that weren't, and people want to raise their buildings off the ground, we're seeing a lot of that too. And we're helping people figure out how to keep the historic integrity of their buildings intact while elevating them off the ground. So that's been an interesting challenge. With Roy's program, fortified roofs have been a game changer in the Gulf South region. Not only are they positively impacting insurance rates for all of us, but they are amazing in the way that they help strengthen a home towards extreme wind and water intrusion. And water is, of course, the #1 problem for buildings in New Orleans, whether it be a historic rainstorm or just day-to-day extreme humidity, moisture in the air. Water intrusion is what kills our buildings. And so the fortified roof system has really done a huge amount towards strengthening our buildings. And luckily, the state of Louisiana has a grant program that's helping more and more people put these roofs on their homes. And then finally, we're having, as historic preservationists, to look outside of our traditional toolbox. And we're really looking towards landscape architecture and how living with water and mitigating concrete and impermeable pavement throughout our city is harming us with flooding. And so we are trying to help residents site by site at their homes figure out how to get rid of concrete and replace it with plantings or permeable pavement, so that on their site, when there is a flood event, the ground will absorb as much of the water as it can instead of running off and pooling and flooding. And so we're seeing lots of improvement in flooding impact when even just a few houses on a block undergo this effort. But that's a lot of money to spend and a lot of people that need to do it. So it's going to be a long game effort for sure.
Well, thanks so much, Danielle. And I'm glad that you mentioned going outside your toolbox, because that, when we think of pre-disaster mitigation measures, we think that you need all the tools in the toolbox in order to move forward. We can't leave anything off the table. And so, Roy, where are you seeing traction in the adoption of mitigation, hardening, retrofits, and other IBHS initiatives? And have you seen evidence that mitigation helped communities reduce their overall disaster risks?
So let me pull the string on something Daniel just mentioned. Fortified means a few things, but particularly focus on, from a retrofit perspective, on roofs. And Alabama led the way in this space after hurricanes in 2004, and the coastal communities put things into codes, got the development community on board, found ways to have insurers recognize this, and also put a grant program in place. What we saw play out when Hurricane Sally came and made a direct hit is homes that had fortified roofs had fewer claims and less severe claims. I'll be clear with you. If a tree falls on your house, even if you got a fortified roof, the tree fell on the house, you got an insurance claim. But we have something that could withstand what was coming and could shed that water. What's so amazing to me, though, about the Alabama example is they get held up, and usually in rooms like this, they're first highlighted that says, hey, they've got a grant program. And by the way, they do. It's entirely state-funded. Note conversations earlier today. They have never put FEMA or federal dollars into their grant program. It's always been funded by the state. And those grants constitute 17% of the fortified roofs in the state. The private market has stepped into that place, and that engine is actually moving in that direction. What gets someone to this point? It's when a state experiences a multitude of these hurricanes, and the point by which their insurance price point says, hey, you got a risk and it's got to change. Louisiana is just a couple years into this program, clearly with Laura, Ida, Delta all hitting them. They've had to lean into that space. They need to keep on keeping on in that space, which is often hard for politicians to do. But where we sit today, they are already at a point where 40% of them are through grants, and 60% of it is playing out on the private sector side. There are incremental ways to do that, and there's corollaries that play out west when it deals with wildfire protection, where again, someone can take an action. Oftentimes when you're replacing a roof, but out west, it's changing some of the landscaping. It is a few $1,000s. It's not free. But they're the kind of things that didn't require you to go take out a loan to refinance your home to do it, but you could narrow the paths of destruction.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And what it sounds like is that the state grants are spreading the risk. They're that first loss risk that unlocks the private market there. And so I think want to turn to you, Danielle, in that regard. And what does it look like in New Orleans specifically after Katrina, and how is the mitigation measures faring there?
We were blessed, because our disaster was so extreme, and really, I feel like we live in a world now where we're having extreme events every year. And Katrina was 20 years ago. We were kind of at the tip of that spear. And so we did receive a $14 billion investment from the Army Corps of Engineers to rebuild our levee system. But we still have a bowl that will fill with water in extreme rain events. And that does not mean a named hurricane. It can be a Thursday and it just starts raining and it doesn't stop for several hours. And we have parts of the city that flood significantly. And so we have to be more of a city that lives with water. And luckily, the city of New Orleans has adopted that with measures largely funded by FEMA and HUD. But there's an example that I'd love to share, a neighborhood called Pontchartrain Park, which is very close to Lake Pontchartrain. It was the first planned community for African-American residents in New Orleans, and it was built in the 1940s and 50s. And it is lovingly referred to as the Black Mayberry. It was an incubator for excellence for Black families in the city. And it flooded severely during Hurricane Katrina, 8 to 9 feet of water that sat in the neighborhood for days. And so a lot of the historic ranch houses that were built during the neighborhood's development were lost. A lot of them had to be significantly altered, gutted. And the neighbors were resilient in the best sense of the word. They were determined that they were going to come back, rebuild. There was no question. And so they worked with the Preservation Resource Center to try to get the neighborhood on the National Register of Historic Places, which we were proud to help them do. But they had been denied twice by the National Park Service because so much had been lost during Katrina and they didn't have historic integrity of their homes anymore. And so we convinced the Park Service that it was more about a culture of resiliency that needed to be honored and recognized. And luckily, the Park Service agreed. And at the same time, the city of New Orleans invested $15.5 million into turning the golf course in that neighborhood. It was the first golf course that African Americans could use in the city of New Orleans, into a green infrastructure project that holds 8 to 9 million gallons of water per year, and so could mitigate as much as 14 inches of rain flooding in a 10-year rain event. And so now this neighborhood has rebuilt. They are nationally recognized for their excellence of resilience, and they have the green infrastructure investment to help them weather the next storm. And we're so proud of that holistic effort to help this neighborhood come back.
Thanks so much, Danielle. Carol, what are some of the best practices around building and rebuilding that are relevant to infrastructure? I know you have been talking about the ASC most recent report card, so why don't you give us a little download on that?
So absolutely. So, every 4 years, the American Society of Civil Engineers does release our report card. Our 2025 report card came out in May and March. And, one of the things that we use, 6 categories that we use to evaluate existing infrastructure: capacity, condition, funding, innovation. But one of the big ones that has come in the last few years has been resilience. Communities rely on infrastructure. The infrastructure is that foundation that supports those communities. So you don't have those communities without the infrastructure, and it has to perform. It has to perform, and it can perform okay, and things can recover and resilience can go on, or you can have catastrophic failures. We've seen those. Sometimes those are natural disasters. Sometimes those are man-made disasters. I mean, we've seen bridge failures in recent years in Baltimore that were not natural disasters, but we also saw the levee failures in Katrina in New Orleans. We've seen, the Gulf Coast when Harvey hit, there weren't necessarily levees that failed, but the infrastructure was just completely overwhelmed. And so what is the thing that you can do? The problem with infrastructure is it's typically built for decades. The life cycle of infrastructure is built for well beyond any one generation, usually. And most of our infrastructure that's in place today, and you saw that in New Orleans, was built for not a changing climate. And so we have to reevaluate that infrastructure every time we experience this, and we have to look at it and we have to ask ourselves, is it ready for today? And is it future ready? And sometimes you can use innovation to get there, but sometimes you're going to actually be physically altering that infrastructure to be able to handle what it is that's coming at it, whether it's changing the roofs to deal with the embers, whether it's changing the heights of the levees or the strength of the levees or rebuilding the levees, or whether it's actually putting in parallel systems. You don't want to get rid of systems that are working fine, but you do want to increase the capacity if you're dealing with flooding and more flooding. And I don't know if y'all caught that. I'm an H&H person. 14 inches of rain, 10-year storm. Goodness, what's your 100-year storm? I know ours in Houston is 17, 18 inches now in 24 hours, and I'm assuming New Orleans is probably similar. That's a lot of rain that our infrastructure, most of Houston was designed for 2 to 5 inches of rain. And now we're expecting it to take 17 to 20 inches of rain in that single day. So you just have to, you have to be smart with every dollar you invest.
Important to note that if you look at the overall report, it says that we have a C- as a country, and that is keeping in mind that means that we just have to, it's just rebuilding what we have. And so really, it's not building it to a better standard. And so
the good news is it's a C this year.
Sure.
So we actually, we climbed from C- to C on the nationwide average. Still not something to be proud of, but it is an improvement and a direct reflection on the amazing investment that happened over the last 4 years. And we should see more improvements over the next 4 years as that money, and I'm gonna be positive, as that money continues to pour into projects. But I will also say that if we don't continue to invest in that, we've still got a $3.7 trillion funding gap just to get to a state of good repair.
I think that segues nicely to kind of the next set of questions. So Carol, what role do government policies and financial incentives play in encouraging homeowners to invest in mitigation measures, and how can they be improved to enhance community resilience? And also think about, we also talked about kind of that non-federal investment. So if you can mention that, that'd be helpful.
So the rubber meets the road at the local level, and that is where politics and building codes and investment fight each other on a daily basis. Your local entities are competing with their neighbors. They're trying to attract businesses. They're trying to attract residents. They're trying to make it easy to move and invest and live and work in these areas. And protected building codes, a lot of times in their minds, work against that, because what they're hearing is you're making it too expensive to be here. And so one of the things that we have to do at the local level is we have to recognize that it's more expensive to recover than it is to invest appropriately up front. And there are people that are betting that we're not going to have that disaster, but you definitely have to plan ahead of time. And that's, the private investment is that up front. But also, and I was talking with Chuck ahead of time, I said, maybe the federal government needs to start giving credit for the private mitigation investment that's happening when they're coming in post-disaster, and say, hey, if you've been a responsible city, that we ought to be using your previously invested mitigation as part of your local match, making sure that some of that counts, that it gives you an incentive to take the time to invest up front.
Yeah, we do need more tools in the toolbox to make sure that communities have the funding that they need in order to implement these measures. Roy, what are some of the most cost-effective mitigation strategies that homeowners and small businesses implement to protect their properties from severe weather?
Yeah, so across areas that have hurricanes and severe convective storms, it's about the roof, it's about the roof, it's about the roof. As we work out west, we're looking at wildfire dimensions. Roofs are important on that side, but most folks have already moved beyond the wood shake shingle, which is the vulnerability on the wildfire side. It then turns to things like attic vents. It only costs $50 to upgrade those. It's a do-yourself kind of piece. And then the changes around your house, the 5 feet closest to your home. I think what becomes a bit tricky is at that point, someone says, hey, I'm going to upgrade around my house. To change out a couple of gates and to change my landscaping may run me $3,000 to $5,000. And they go, well, will the insurance company meet me there? Well, let's take a hypothetical where you had a $2,500 policy. They give you a 10% discount. They're like, well, how many years does it take to get there? And I think, unfortunately, they're trying to realize all of that investment just on their insurance premiums. And many of them are choosing not to do it. And then they're non-renewed and sent to the insurer of last resort. And instead of a $2,500 premium, they've got an $8,000 premium. At which point they go, can I just go back in time 1 year? I'd be happy to spend $4,000 now that I'm going to spend an extra $5,000 every successive year. And this is an element where most of us as Americans, our fiscal view is inside the year we're in. And we have to open people's ways to what to do and how to view the financing. We've got to do both of them side by side.
And we have to think about when we can make that intervention most effectively. Is it at the time of home purchase? Is it at the refinance? Those kinds of opportunities to engage with the homeowner in those, and the small business in those situations. Danielle, I think we're running up here on time, so want to end with a last question for you. ROI can be calculated in different ways. Often when we think of communities, we think of economies, but also the culture and the aspect of the community that seem irreplaceable. And if there is insurance coverage, disasters seem to be impacting these one-of-a-kind areas. A few come to mind: Lahaina, Asheville, Sanibel, and of course New Orleans. What unique considerations are there for disaster mitigation in these types of areas?
I think it's just important to drive home the point that people are always going to come back. People ask me quite uncouthly all the time, what's it going to take for people to finally give up on New Orleans? And the answer is it's going to take a whole heck of a lot, because there will always be people who come back to rebuild, no matter what the disaster is. And that's because these places are emotionally tied to us. You know, the culture, the history, the people who have been here for 300 years have built a place that people's souls respond to. This is not just about the practicality of whether it's safe to live somewhere or not. People are going to come back to these communities, they're going to rebuild. And so we have to remember that when, you know, the things that Carol has mentioned and Roy, we have to retrofit, we have to bring the infrastructure into place because people are coming back. And historic preservation plays such an important part of that in terms of bolstering economies and also making quality of life so, you know, so much better, because places that are truly authentic with historic buildings, parks, vistas, that's the reason people keep coming back, is because those places are one of a kind in the world. They're unique and they offer something that, despite the disasters and despite the threats, people just don't want to give up on.
Thanks so much. So we have just a little bit of time left, so I want to go to each of you to give me the one idea that the audience can take away for reforming our national mitigation efforts. So Carol, maybe start with you.
So I would say that mitigation has to start with community engagement and input, that you cannot come into a community and tell them how they need to be fixed. You need to take that input and that engagement and listen to the community first, or it's not going to be successful.
Roy?
While money and the return on investment matters, particularly at the citizen level, you got to lead with survivability. If you're simply trying to make the math turn for someone, they'll zone out. But if you can focus on the survivability of their home, the idea that you will be coming back after the storm, after the fire, that can motivate.
Perfect. Danielle, last word.
Look to the past to inform the future. People who settled regions before modern technology had so many smart ideas about how to live with water, heat, cold, and we've abandoned all of that with modern systems. But a lot of lessons are there. Old, you know, new urbanism is old, and old techniques can actually work in the future as well.
Well, thanks so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists, and we'll end the session.
Please welcome Joyce Mesuya, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator from the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs.
Thank you very much. It is such a tremendous honor to be given the opportunity to speak here today. What a privilege to be with people whose companies move markets and reach millions. The ingenuity, talent, and drive it takes to do that is awe-inspiring to the international community. And it's exactly what the world needs right now. Humankind is facing a set of global crises whose complex, interconnected nature are unlike any world has ever known. In recent years, we have lurched from a pandemic to the largest food crisis in modern history. Poverty and inequality are surging, all amid geopolitical upheaval, climate extremes, rapid tech shifts, and the re-emergence of great power rivalry. And we are struggling to respond and adapt to these changes. Indeed, the post-war international system now faces its greatest test since it was created 8 decades ago. It's not hard to see the cracks, the rising nationalism, the deeper introversion, the widening divisions both within and between societies. And to make matters worse, the humanitarian system is strained to breaking point at a time when we've never needed it more. As some of you will know, We are in the middle of the worst humanitarian crisis since the end of the Second World War. More than 300 million people urgently need life-saving aid. In countries from Ukraine to Haiti, conflict is driving massive suffering, with nearly 1 million on the edge of starvation. More people have been forced to flee their homes than at any time in the last 80 years, fueling a migration crisis that is tearing societies apart. And often it is the youngest who are worst hit. It is devastating indictment of our times that 1 in every 5 children is now living in or fleeing a conflict zone. And yet, despite the scale of today's suffering, the political consensus around saving lives and protecting people is collapsing. These emergencies are exactly what my organization, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or OCHA, exists. Our job at OCHA is to make humanitarian action happen by negotiating access and coordinating the flow of life-saving aid so that it reaches people in their darkest hour. But the humanitarian system is overstretched, underfunded, and losing political support. So it's time to take a cold, hard look in the mirror and to acknowledge that today's emergencies have outgrown the structures built to respond to them. Too often, our response has been bureaucratic and disconnected. And with traditional funding being heavily cut and political support fracturing, we must admit that we simply cannot fix the 21st century crisis with 20th century tools. That is why OCHA has launched a humanitarian research to rethink, reform, and rebuild a new humanitarian system that can meet both the crisis of today and the emergencies of tomorrow. We are cutting duplication and red tape so humanitarians can focus on saving lives. This will mean letting go of centralized control, shifting power to local organizations, ending agencies' turf wars, and becoming enablers rather than implementers. And if there is a silver lining in the massive cuts we are seeing to humanitarian aid, then it's that now we have a real opportunity to make the radical reforms we know are necessary. Late last year, Jan Egeland of the Norwegian Refugee Council and a former head of OCHA and I conducted an efficiency review that lays out the path to an OCHA that is more agile, more purposeful, and more decisive in its response to the world's crisis. What will emerge from this reset is a smaller, more nimble humanitarian movement that is closer to those we serve, better at protecting civilians, and laser-focused on saving lives. In the process, we will open the door to new partnerships while embracing the very best that technology has to offer. And this is why and where I believe the private sector, long an ally of humanitarians, can play an even more powerful role than it has so far. But I'm not here with my cap in hand to ask you for money. I know you're often asked by multiple UN organizations to fund appeals that often overlap when instead you could allocate some of this money directly to nonprofits of your choice. I'm here to build real partnerships so that we can co-create smarter responses to increasingly complex crises. Your combined resources rival those of most nation states. You reach millions daily with your logistics, networks, and innovations. And so I'm here because I believe in your power as titans of industry to marshal these resources in service of a safer, more secure, and more stable world. As a humanitarian, of course, I'm going to say that we all have a moral and ethical duty to save lives and uphold human dignity. But I think there are other reasons to act. The scale of today's crisis means that your supply chains, distribution networks, storage facilities, and employees are all at risk of massive disruption, no matter where they are located. For you to operate effectively, you need stability. Crisis disrupts markets, shrinks consumer bases, and creates operational chaos. And in a deeply interconnected world, a disaster in one country can send shockwaves through many others. So in the existential urgency we both face today, we have a mutual self-interest in finding new, more impactful ways to work together. But what does co-creating a response to the world's emergency really look like? Well, first, it means innovating together so that we can design smarter solutions. Digital cash transfer platforms for emergency aid are a great example, but we can do more. Think satellite imagery, big data, and AI to predict food insecurity or displacement patterns. Second, it means moving together to build supply chains that deliver at the speed of business. That means humanitarian agencies plugging into private sector logistics, manufacturing, and distribution networks to move aid faster, smarter, and more cost-effective. Think private shipping companies delivering food and medicine to remote areas. Third, for any of this to work, we need to connect before the emergency. It has become a little cliché to say we need to exchange business cards before disaster strikes, but it's right. We need business leaders at the table, part of a national disaster planning right from the very start, not waiting outside the door to be let in afterwards. After El Niño floods hit Peru in 2023, Hombro a Hombro, a group of almost 100 prominent companies in Peru, mobilized its members to deliver over 360 tons of humanitarian assistance and food for over 56,000 people. These businesses also mobilized 60 trucks overnight to help the Peruvian Navy and civil defense deliver aid. That was only possible because the relationships were already built. OCHA's Connecting Business Initiative, or CBI, is a terrific example of what's possible when the private sector works hand in hand with the UN to respond to disaster. CBI's member networks are independent chambers of commerce and business networks around the world that work with the United Nations and national authorities to prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies. Since 2016, CBI member networks have responded to 189 crises, reaching more than 55 million people and mobilizing over $130 million through the in-kind and financial contributions. When Hurricane Otis slammed into Mexico in 2023, CBI's Mexican partner mobilized 183 companies, many of which are in the room today, to support 112 communities across the 4 hardest municipalities. This is the power of OCHA. We rally and guide businesses to find the right entry points, partners, and opportunities to act. And because we are the world's leading humanitarian coordinator, we ensure that aid, your aid, is delivered based on need, not just access, avoiding unintended harm, duplication, and inefficiency. You can see this in the way we manage the Central Emergency Response Fund, the UN's global emergency fund that moves money when it's needed, within hours of a crisis. In Nepal, the fund released $3.4 million within 6 minutes of flood warnings in September last year. This meant that people had what they needed to prepare, saving countless lives. And the beauty is that donors don't need to choose between multiple appeals, which streamlines the delivery of effective financing. So if the private sector brings speed, reach, and innovation, the UN brings access, expertise, and coordination. This is a match made in heaven at a time when the world has never needed it more. So let's take the innovation, the reach, and the speed that define your companies and apply them to one of the world's greatest challenges: how we respond to crisis and how we prepare for what comes next. The world is in influx, and so now, more than ever, there is a real opportunity and a real need for the private sector to step up and protect shared interests. Let us build a humanitarian system that is faster, more local, and more effective at saving lives. And let us build this together. Thank you.
Every year, climate change brings more severe and frequent extreme weather events. To stay ahead of the impacts, it's crucial to understand your financial exposure, not only today, but over many decades into the future. Areas at low risk now may be hotspots in the future. Our advanced climate risk modeling technology allows you to efficiently analyze your extreme weather risks and consolidates critical insights into an intuitive dashboard, informing your strategic decisions and giving you more time to focus on them.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks again for being here. My name is Rob Glenn. I'm the Vice President for Global Resilience at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. You know, when you plan these conferences, and you want to make sure that you're staying abreast of the times. And so the times that we're in certainly are times of change, but let's be honest, change has always been a constant. Sometimes the change is just more abrupt than others. Sometimes the change allows you to take a reflection and maybe even rethink the purpose of how things were started to begin with. So we're obviously in a period of reset on many things, particularly in the national, from a national standpoint, for disasters. We know that more disasters are occurring. We heard that several times already. We're stretched both in terms of financial capacity, physical capacity, and system supporting communities that need to be more resilient, and leadership is a force multiplier. So we're going to touch upon some of these aspects on this panel today. And this is an insights panel for roundtables that we held this morning. While 350 plus people registered for this conference, trying to have 350 people in a conversation at one time would be very difficult. So what we've tried to do is to bring some experts from the roundtables this morning and talk a little bit about what we heard, what we learned, what was our reaction. We definitely wanted to also bring some of the guiding principles to life in the way that we built this whole conference. The first was anticipating our future risks. The second is improving efficiency. The third, ensuring we're strengthening cross-sector collaboration. How do we improve the management of cost? And then lastly, how do we measure impact? And I think that you probably have heard that in some of the panels already. So joining me on stage are Marcus Cree, Jeffrey Schweitzer, and Joel Thomas. I'm going to ask each of them in turn, starting with Marcus on the end, to share a little bit about what he does, and then we're going to get into the thick of the conversation. Marcus?
Okay, thank you. Marcus Cree. I work at FIS as one of their risk specialists. In the past, that's meant mostly banking risk, market credit, liquidity type risk. But more latterly, over the last decade, that's really been the financial aspects of climate change risk. And I also teach that down at NYU, where I live in New York.
I'm Jeff Schweitzer. I have a really cool job. So I work at Amazon. I work in our disaster relief organization. I lead disaster response operations and technology innovation. I get to go to places where we have disasters and help people, to help our company bring relief supplies, technical solutions that help them get back in touch with their loved ones, or to work with partners that help us bring relief to communities in need.
And good afternoon. Thanks, Rob, for having me here. I'm Joel Thomas, the founder and CEO of Spin Global. We're a public benefit company that exists to disrupt disasters from neighborhoods to nations. And the perspective I'm bringing to the conversation today is really two things. Number one, I believe that how we pay for disasters is degenerative, in that it incentivizes and rewards vulnerabilities, dependencies, inefficiencies, rather than transforming the conditions that make disasters so damaging in the first place. And so how can we be generative? I'm thinking a lot about how do we create, sustain, and enhance life, systems, and value rather than extracting from them. And so I was in the insurance roundtable today, and I'll talk a little bit about how insurance can be both generative and degenerative. And I think one of the key areas I spend a lot of my time thinking about is how to deploy and mobilize private equity and private finance toward resilience infrastructure projects, and really making the case that if it's structured properly, it can deliver greater and more sustainable value than debt, bonds, and insurance, and grants as well. So glad to be here today.
So we obviously had an insurance roundtable, and I failed to mention that we had a roundtable focused on anticipating scenarios ranging from extreme weather to man-made disasters to other geopolitical challenges. We also had a roundtable that I participated in that was really focused on how do you accelerate opportunities for building resilience and disaster recovery, and how do you actually measure that? So, as many of you know, when you think about developing a plan or even public messaging for preparedness, it starts with a four-letter word called risk. So, Marcus, I think from your perspective, I'd be interested, you participated in the Anticipating Scenarios Roundtable. What were some of your views of risk in that context? And I realized that there was a little bit of a slant towards some of the emerging nation-state threats, but you also have some considerable climate risk experience as well. Perhaps you could just start us there.
Yep. I think the most interesting part to me of that roundtable was the amount of, well, there's two things: complacency and mistrust. So when the risks were discussed, they were extremely well articulated, which meant that we can predict them, which meant that that it's a known thing that we're dealing with, or a known possibility, let's put it that way, but that the lack of preparedness was really quite high. And the main reason for that was that at each level, it seemed that there was mistrust. From the ground level to the local leaders to the state leaders to the government leaders, which meant that there was no overarching program that was both educational and preparatory. And you're right, it lent very heavily on geopolitical risks, which made sense. I mean, to be fair, we could have gone on another 40 minutes just without really changing the topic. So I don't think we skimped in any way in that sense. But the same would be and could be said entirely of climate risk as well. There's a level of complacency and a mistrust of the information being passed downwards, which is preventing both the education and the resilience planning.
So one of the, you used a word, trust. Actually, building trust was the theme of last year's conference. Jeff, I know you've got some perspective around this and how important trust is in planning for disasters, but also responding. You want to share any perspectives from your standpoint?
Yeah, so I mean, if I tie this back to this morning's discussion, the roundtable, first of all, how many of you here were here today, were here this morning? So you actually held out that long. Well, you guys missed the roundtable. We had a pretty good one. And people really were trying to provoke our thoughts around, because a lot of people do understand the significance of nation-state threats and those actors and what they're trying to do. The fact that others are trying to plant seeds of doubt in our conversations makes it really hard for us to make relevant decisions in a timely manner. Throw in a disaster on top of it and a time crunch, and now that state of duress makes it even more difficult. It creates senses of paralysis. So what it alludes to is that you have to proactively think about disaster preparedness. We build relationships with other people. And so, for instance, I see a couple people out here in the room that, when the LA wildfires happened, we walked into some tents on a beach with, hundreds and hundreds of firefighters. And suddenly there were 3 people that were standing there, and I'm like, oh, we remember each other. And you automatically knew, here's somebody I can go to help when we start getting the first problems thrown at us. And how do we pool our resources together? And through these extensions of trust, we're brokering trust through affiliation to others. And our actions on the ground lend itself through repetition over time to being able to be more broadly accepted. And so through that acceptance, it opens the doorway for us to explore how do we take on the bigger problems. So that's the way I approach it.
That's very helpful. And as we're thinking about the range of threats and hazards that you explored in that roundtable, did you have any takeaways when it came to just the whole notion of the landscape as it changes and how, certainly trust is a part of that, but how to be more proactive? I think what I heard is that there's a sense of complacency. Was that something that the group came up with, or was that something that that you arrived at, Marcus, from your standpoint?
It was something that was clear from the group. The conversation was such that there wasn't preparation being put in place, but there wasn't preparation against something that was well articulated, and that's the key point. It means that it's understood, it's being passed down somewhere, it's just simply not being taken in and prepared to deal with, and which means you automatically start going to reaction and response rather than building ahead of time of how you're going to deal with that level of misinformation, that kind of lack of trust which is being put in the very messaging as it's being sent out to get people to do what they want. And you haven't even really started to deal with the problem at that point. You're just communicating how you're going to do it. And if that's where the mistrust is, you'd think there'd be a huge panic. There isn't, because that mistrust also would appear to have created a sense that nothing's really going to happen.
Right. So just in terms of the scenario that you explored, or the approach that was taken, it seems that even, for example, earlier Shanique was talking a little bit about some of the research that we did, that 94% of small businesses feel like they're going to be okay on the other side of a disaster. As you're thinking about, risk and trust and, how to anticipate that, Joel, from the insurance roundtable, did you have some conversations, related to that? Because I think that, you had one roundtable really focused on, the big picture in one sense, particularly from a response, recovery, and planning standpoint. You were looking at it dollars and cents, for a small business owner or just a homeowner. Maybe they don't actually understand even the utility of insurance or other financial instruments.
Yeah, and, we had a really interesting conversation today about insurance, and we started with sort of an assessment of the current state. A lot of the classic problems exist. Insurance sounds great to people in the insurance industry. The educational lift to get society there is very hard. Obviously, affordability, accessibility are huge themes as we look at insurance. One thing that I would highlight is insurance is there to repair what has been damaged. And we talked a lot about, in a changing environment, where we have an opportunity to lean into state and local communities and think through these models. And the reality is a lot of these states are broke. Like I think 27 states are broke according to the Rich States, Poor States report recently. How do we mobilize private investment? Both in the insurance industry, also in other forms of equity. And I think one of the areas we talked about is trying to harmonize government and private interests through, we talked about tax credits and all sorts of things like that. But again, aligning it to investments in resilience. Obviously there's proposals of folks at the table to provide incentives of various forms for people who purchase insurance of any kind. We also talked about how to bundle insurance products and sort of bake in payment into some insurance products, sort of like you might have cash value with a whole life policy. Could you do that with a homeowner's insurance policy and build a resilience fund along the way? There's a lot of complexity there and things to navigate, but I think there's a lot of interest and discussion, but we're sort of at a place where the insurance industry and government are still trying to sort out, who's going to pay. How do we scale this? And I think insurance is part of the solution, but it's clearly not a silver bullet.
Yeah, so in the panel that I was in, we talked significantly at the start really around core responsibilities, essentially who pays in a disaster scenario, particularly if you think about long-term recovery versus short-term relief in a recovery. And certainly insurance was brought up as a tool, as one of many tools to be part of that. We did also talk quite a bit around, federal, state, and local government responsibilities in a disaster. And I think the takeaway that we had is that regardless of where FEMA, the new approach that FEMA will take, there will be state and local emergency managers, there will be state and local chambers, and then we will have small businesses and nonprofits and large businesses, that will be able to deploy during a disaster and help their community recover. One aspect of that that came up was around the need for consistency. Even if they're, for example, insurance is definitely, the state, and from a state standpoint, that's really where the action happens. Same thing for emergency management, that's really where the action happens. So I think maybe for all of us, we have alluded to this whole notion of cross-sector collaboration. We're not going to be able to respond to a Cascadia or to some other kind of really large-scale disaster, or even a really small disaster in a small town or community without working together. Any impressions, particularly from I'll start with the scenarios roundtable first, any impressions around collaboration and the importance of collaboration? Were there any mechanisms that work, or were there any gaps that were identified in your discussion?
So I think that's one of the themes that we really picked up on fairly early into the conversation. We create the best outcomes by working together. And when we can create environments where we can openly explore, not be criticized, shut down, we're encouraged to expand our views and think differently about the problems, it oftentimes unlocks the opportunity to discover the thing we didn't think of. And the more broadly that we open, the room for participation, the diversity of ideas help us get to that new discovery faster. But I think there's common threads with all of this. When I think in terms of resiliency and what does it mean, I think most of us probably have a different interpretation. We all have different lenses we think about. But fundamentally speaking, this is all about us taking care of ourselves and taking care of each other. And so how do we get there when we have foreign nations that are deliberately trying to scare the crap out of us, or deliberately trying to disrupt us or take us down? When we have economic situations that make it impossible for us to afford the new innovations and the things that we would need to programmatically deal with the wildfire aspects where we could build better or function smarter around our properties. Or the same thing with flooding. How do you anticipate the 1,000-year flood that your community's never dealt with and still be prepared for it? Well, it's not always about you being prepared, but it's about us being prepared. Mm-hmm. So we were discussing these notions about how we could create incubation environments, communities, a center of excellence, if you will, where community-based, community-led ideation around resilience enablement that's immediate, intermediate, and long-term can allow us to explore the mechanisms that help us achieve it. So those are some of the topics that we're really kind of exploring.
And so, Marcus, one thing that came up, I think, inevitably across all of the roundtables was role of private sector. Everything from the data that the private sector can share, how do you pull the private sector in for planning, how do you deconstruct the private sector because it's not a monolith, right? There's many different aspects of the private sector. From your point of view, what were some of your takeaways when it comes to how to bring the private sector more deeply into the conversation in anticipating scenarios and to be part of the solution?
I would say that within our discussion, we spoke more about communities and layers of communities. But I do think that separate to that, there's a way I can think about what both these guys have already said. And it's about unexpected and expected, like known knowns and known unknowns. If you know something is likely to happen, but you just assume you'll survive it, you have that kind of survivor bias and everything will be all right in the end mentality, then the only thing we can do is create a resilience where we define it as a kind of bounce back stronger attitude. And that's a community-based sort of spirit to actually to do that. But that's the kind of micro resilience. That's an in-the-spot resilience. I'm not going to move, I'm just going to be resilient where I am. If I think of more of a macro resilience, and now I'm a corporation, and I'm looking at assets, where things can go, where do I put a warehouse, where do I put a distribution center? It strikes me that that's where the role of looking at the insurance, to take Joel's point, actually becomes quite important. And it's important because it abstracts away from imagining a disaster that you get damaged in and makes it a cost on today's balance sheet. And the fact that it's a today cost and you have to actively make the choice to put something where the labor's cheaper but the insurance is expensive and going to get worse, and you have to make that choice and you net present those values down. Yeah. Once you make that decision, that now becomes much closer to a financial decision which is more akin to private equity and private investment and the normal way you would make an investment decision. And I think that's where that macro view, now the two have to exist. We have to have a way that we can survive wherever we are, but it doesn't necessarily mean we put everything just wherever and just survive. That thought process has to push that, and that would open up these opportunities for the incubation villages and areas, whilst the macro risk of a company could actually pay attention to the way it was spending money.
Yeah, Joel, were you going to say something?
Yeah, just to build on that, I think you're spot on. When we think about insurance, we talk about insuring what is right now, but I think one of the conversations we had is, we need to be able to build things that are more insurable and more affordable down the road, right? Because insurance is tailored to the level of risk, and right, so there's a lot of things that are involved with that. Building codes, which are currently, under discussion, to various halls, other things like that. But I think the bottom line is this: you can't insure your way to resilience, in my opinion. I think we need to look at how the American economy was built, and I think it's through private investment. Insurance is a hedge to protect our wealth. But how do we create a generative model to build resilient infrastructure in the first place that is less exposed to risk, and how to create an ecosystem around that? So I think there's a huge opportunity that's missed when I've talked with government officials for years, and they talk about resilience through the lens of preparedness, mitigation, and insurance. We're missing on and it's talked about in other ways, but investing and what would it look like in this moment to attract trillions of dollars of investment from private industry to build a resilient America, to restore our nation's roads and bridges and infrastructure. There's a huge insurance tag along there, but it's also going to be more affordable if we build it right and we retrofit and we do the things that are necessary. So there's insuring now, and again, I get to cost, affordability, and accessibility challenges. And I think we have to, there's I forget who it was who spoke earlier today, it's you, was the comment from one of the speakers here today. And I think we need to take responsibility and actually make the things that we're building, the systems and infrastructure we're building, more resilient.
And so there's a tie, I think, to the conversation that we were having. We had a robust discussion around mitigation funding, who needed to fund mitigation projects. And mitigation, FEMA doesn't own mitigation exclusively, even though they fund several mitigation projects. But it was something actually you just said, and maybe it was actually in the prep, but anti-fragile design. So how do we, take a look at the likely array of scenarios and start to not only think about response planning, what would you do if certain things happen or certain decisions are made, but is also down to that community view of how do you need to rethink or redesign the community so that you're ready to absorb those kind of future impacts. I mean, is that kind of where you were maybe leaning, maybe you weren't, but it seemed like you were leaning in that direction.
That's exactly where I was. If I think about anti-fragile, it brings in again both of these components. In the first instance, the cost of insurance, even if you're in a lower cost of employment area, so you've decided to move operations, businesses there, the cost of insurance will parameterize at what point it's still worth doing. So you've got a window at which innovation can come in. And if you want to keep that place, if you want to keep that place cheap, that encourages private enterprise to innovate in terms of not suffering as badly, and the anti-fragility comes in because you survive and you thrive post the weather events that come about, in my case, the things I think about because of climate. So you as a company start to invest in survivable assets in those areas. You benefit from the low cost of the area, you pay the insurance, but you also pay what it takes to make those things work. And so now you're actually working with those communities and you're innovating within to get to your, I think the expression just was, a sort of a center of excellence, because there's an incentive to do it. You're incentivized to do it because of where the costs come in. Because resilience, anti-fragile, they're on a spectrum. If you go all the way to anti-fragile, you actually do well afterwards. Resilient, you get to where you were, and do you see what I mean? You kind of, go along.
And Jeff, as we're looking at a range of threats and hazards and just the general landscape, it seemed in some of the discussion in the anticipating scenarios roundtable was we need to be doing more exercises, we need to actually start to think about the range of outcomes given different kinds of scenarios. And it seems like there's an opportunity to do that and see the opportunities for building resilience as well as how to respond or recover from certain events as well. What were some of the discussions, or what was your takeaway in relations to, the need potentially for more exercises so that you can start to wrap your mind around some of these challenges?
Let me respond to that by just giving the backdrop of what I'm seeing through my lens. In our organization, since we've been doing what we're doing, we've responded to about 185 disasters around the world. We've contributed 25 million items of relief. We've recently converged our technology contributions with our relief supplies in a more unified front. We're constantly trying to experiment and innovate. And one of the things that's kind of part and parcel of the way our company does things is we work backwards from our customer or backwards from the problem set. So the closer I can get to the problem and hear through someone else's voice or see through their eyes what they experience, the better I can apply my expertise to figure out an alternative way to solve the problem. So from being able to create environments where we can experiment and simulate the things that we have encountered in most recent history, or the things that are top of mind from our most recent after-action reviews, it gives us a chance under a blue sky scenario to do things that could be done the next time we have a gray sky or a black sky event. We're being very deliberate and methodical about this at this point, and we're finding a lot of success. I'll tell you that when I reflect on Helene and Milton and what we encountered, we had such an opportunity where one community in Florida took it upon themselves to self-mobilize. They were taking resiliency into their own hands, figuring out how do we work with what we've got to make our community as sound as we can get it until greater help can get here. And then we saw the pattern happening across 5 other communities as my team followed from the eye of the storm all the way up into North Carolina. And in that 18-hour window, we recognized that if we could just connect these communities together, they could work it out themselves. So we did. And it was amazing. We started getting insights into what people actually had too much of, what they had too little of, and gave them a mechanism to start experimenting or managing themselves. How do we help each other? And those insights, when you step back from this post-disaster and you look at this at a regional or a national level or even multinational level, those can be the key indicators that can help us decide better, more efficiently, how to utilize the distribution of resources. Like in our company, we have 15 relief hubs that we've spread across 6 countries, where we pre-position relief supplies so that we can move faster in times of need. The data told us that when disasters happen, the faster we can get relief in, the quicker the community can get back up on its feet. And it ultimately translates into dollars in savings too, because the extent that you're dealing with the damage is decreased.
So I'm just going to build on that really quickly and tie it back to insurance and the financial services industry. It seemed that, and Joel, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, but it seemed that in the conversation that, yes, insurance has a role, but there are other key players from a holistic financial perspective as well. Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about the dollars and cents and the cost savings, but then there is a gap. And so how do you, if you're a small business owner, how do you get back online? Is it through an SBA loan? Maybe. Is it through a grant? Maybe. Is it through your savings? Probably, mm-hmm. Right? So what were some of those, I think, broader discussions you had in the insurance roundtable focused on maybe not just insurance, but some of these other key players or key instruments that could be used to help?
Yeah, we talk about the need to collaborate and to have, for the role of government to convene, to set clear priorities, clear resilience priorities, to mobilize and catalyze the private investment community, finance, equity, insurance, markets of all kinds toward a common goal. So we don't have just sort of spurious activity, right? If we could set those targets and then create incentives around that at the consumer level, at the insurer level, at finance level, within governments, I think there's an opportunity to do that and take a cohesive approach. one of the ways that we've been approaching that, it's been global. We've created a mechanism called the Community Disaster Resilience Fund. This started 7 years ago, and I looked at this whole industry. I'm like, basically what's happening today, I'm like, we're life support level of dependency on grants and debt and bonds, and I don't think it's sustainable or scalable. And so we started courting the pension community and pension funds, and we've since organized a coalition of over 40 North American and European pension funds who have committed to make investments in disaster resilient infrastructure from 100 million up to 50 billion. And so that's just an example of a new model that has emerged. They've funded projects all over the world, but now we're looking specifically at disaster risk sensitivity, right? And so taking these ideas, and I think that, I think if the community worked together to set priorities and targets, I think we'd be surprised at what might come forward. And I think it's, but I think one of the discussion points was a recommendation in the group today was we should have a roundtable with pension funds, for example, and look at that, because if you imagine in your communities, many of you may pay into your pensions, and what if they were part of actually building resilience, right, in your community? You're investing in them, they're investing back into the community. So I think there's opportunities that are untapped, and that's just one of several instruments that could be tapped into.
You shared something a second ago, and it related to the discussion that we had in our roundtable, and it was really around state capacity and, starting to think through measurement. So there's a number of different ways to kind of measure progress. One of them was, and we heard about this, I think, with Fiserv earlier in the day, and that was just, how do you understand how economic activity is getting restored? I mean, that's a key indicator for how recovery is going to go. And you're also going to start to see some lagging indicators too. But it's also in terms of, can you deploy certain capabilities at certain times, particularly in that phase of disaster operations where you have ongoing response and recovery. For the anticipating scenarios discussion, did you have any conversations around measurement and thinking in terms of like timetables, particularly for different kinds of scenarios, or was that really not part of the conversation?
It wasn't really a great deal of the conversation. We like I said, there was most of the conversation was about the types of geopolitical risks which are well known and yet underprepared for, with some some quite scary timeframes being discussed, honestly.
Sure.
But that's where that was and where it all intersects. The big issue is trust. And how do we get over that? How do we educate? You can take the blame away, and this is true of climate, geopolitical things. You can take the blame aspect away, and you can say, look, here's just some facts. But they've still got to believe those facts. If we're not at the point where people just won't believe the facts because of where they come from, it's very difficult to get to the next stage of this layer of building back.
So we're almost out of time, and I'll try to tightly summarize some of this content here in a second. But across the roundtables, were there any truly high-level takeaways that we didn't really talk about in our conversation so far that you think would be helpful to the audience, particularly as the theme of this conference is ensuring America's ready for the next disaster? I'll start with you, Joel, and then work our way down the line, and then I'll do a quick summary of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, briefly, we talked about obviously the obvious elephant in the room, the changing role of the federal government, and the need to lean into state and locals and work with them to collaborate to develop solutions. Now's the time. We're going to have a bumpy road ahead of us here in the near term, but I think working with them, setting those conditions, working with convening the private sector, and really working on the consumer education piece and creating programs and incentives. There was one of the participants recommended a disaster savings account, sort of like your HSA or health savings account. There were a lot of ideas that were sort of peppered in throughout the conversation, but I think this idea that we do that in a cohesive way, a strategic way, where there's discussion between industry and the government.
Look, for me, it was kind of hard not to recognize the doom and gloom that was surrounded a lot of the heavy nature of the topics that we were covering in there. But I think, being the eternal optimist that I am, I look at the fact that, hey, we're 14 months out from our 250th birthday as a country, and we have faced a lot of difficult things. Consistently, though, what makes us unique is that we always find a way to come together. So this is really just about enabling hope, inspiring hope, enabling commitment, and giving people a voice at the table to contribute. If we can do that at a community level, you'll see that swell at a national.
Okay. Coming from a country that's been fighting with all our nearest neighbors for the last 1,000 years, we're quite proud of the last, 80. We haven't got into a spat with anyone within a couple of 100 miles of us, but that's as good as it gets. I think for me, it's putting a number on it, and I just can't emphasize it enough. Once you can put a number on it, it brings a value of now into the cost. Whatever risk you're talking about. I'm not saying go for the cheapest, but put it in the mix of the equation, and then you've got a fighting chance of costing out the innovation, costing out the solution, and people respond to that number. Take the abstract out of it and put it against a number.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing your perspective, and I'll just quickly summarize. So across all the three roundtables, trust and engagement is critical, and critical to community continuity and for preparedness. Preparedness exercise is essential, helps establish contact networks and enhances preparedness well ahead of time across both public and private sectors. State and local seize the opportunity. State and local governments must take on greater roles and support and partnerships. Take a more holistic view of financial risk and disasters. That alludes to the insurance roundtable for sure. And then last, build on mechanisms that work and let others go. So recognizing there's some good things that exist to afford cross-sector collaboration, and others that probably should have gone away potentially a long time ago. Hopefully these insights were helpful to you. We do plan, just as you know, we do plan on releasing a report at the conclusion of the conference sometime in June, and that'll take these insights plus many more from the plenary session and the workshops from tomorrow as well. So thanks for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon. It's lovely to see you all here and to be talking about building resilience. My name is Sarah Armstrong, and I work at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I'm delighted to have with me two individuals who are going to have a lot of knowledge and hands-on experience of the importance of resiliency. I'm joined by Sunita Baldi, who is CEO of Good 360, and virtually with my friend Maria Salinas, President and CEO of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you both for joining us. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
And we miss you, Maria. Glad you could be with us virtually.
Glad to be here, Bert.
Excellent. Well, one of the things that we talk about is the importance of the work that we do between the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and all of our partners, state and local, domestically and internationally, the work that we do before, during, and after a disaster. It's really important to supporting the business community. When we talk about leadership, the other important part of that is finding the right organizations, both in the public groups, private groups, and the nonprofit organizations, who are the right individuals and teams to work together to solve those real problems on the ground quickly and efficiently. In January of 2025, the nation saw one of the most tragic fires or wildfires in probably a century. And in fact, the Southern California wildfire will probably go down in history as one of the most devastating in US history. The true impact of that wildfire was because of the communities in which it took damage in. You think about the density of those communities, those neighborhoods, the buildings that were impacted, the businesses that were impacted. That is really going to make its mark as one of the most financially costly and damaging fires in history. So to talk a little bit about that experience, I'm really glad to have our partners here with us to talk about the importance of that coordination and the work that they did on the ground. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to our guests here with us. And this is a question for both of you. Between your organizations, you both led a form of recovery effort. Talk about the immediate assistance that you provided and a little bit about what those early days were like. Maria, I'm going to start with you from the perspective of the Los Angeles Area Chamber.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. And it's so wonderful to be here, to be talking about this. This is such an important topic and something that we're still living through this day in and day out, continue to be working on the response. And while it's not the immediate days following where it truly was a devastating time for Los Angeles, a lot of times we think of these disasters for us Angelinos like they happen somewhere else or in a different part of our region. But when you saw whole neighborhoods being taken out with their commercial centers, their churches, the golf courses, the community centers, places that so many of us, were familiar with, it certainly put a different tone in Los Angeles. It was a pause for everyone because from businesses, large corporations that were trying to make sure that their employees were okay, that many who had employees, executives that lost homes or were displaced. For many of those small businesses, many of those residents who had to flee so quickly, who were not used to this kind of disaster, they didn't know for a good 12, 14 hours whether their home or their business had survived. I lived in the Pasadena area, which is right next door to Altadena, so I was about a mile away from the evacuation area, and really saw this devastate a community. The response that we jumped into as a chamber in those early days was really trying to inform our businesses, our members, our residents. One of the things that was shared with me by the SBA administrator and the FEMA director in those very early days was that Los Angeles is not used to seeing major disasters like this in the urban areas. And there was a concern that we wouldn't know how to tap into federal resources that were immediately made available with the declaration of a major disaster. So we we were mobilized to quickly inform. We went on radio, on social media, everywhere we could to make sure that folks knew that. And I was surprised that as I spoke to people in the following days, how it still wasn't connecting. And I knew that a lot of it was that folks were still in a daze about what had happened. Whether they had lost a home or not, everyone knew someone that had been impacted either in the Palisades or in the Altadena area. So certainly a time period that was important for the LA Chamber. And in working with partners, Sarah, you talk about, leadership, the US Chamber Foundation was there for us and really helped us sort of clear our head as a business organization and helped guide us in through the immediate, couple of days that we were facing. And to this day, we still meet.
Thank you, Maria. Sunita, talk a little bit about Good 360 and the work that you all did in the immediate aftermath.
So I was actually 2 days in my new role as the CEO of Good 360 when the fires broke out. And our team was very seasoned at long-term recovery, but they were not doing immediate disaster relief. So the first day, I kind of said to my husband, I don't know what to do. I don't want to freak everyone out, but you know, this looks bad. And I had been used to 10 years of responding to every major disaster globally in some capacity. And the next day I went into work and I said, we've got to put a response together. We are pre-positioned. We have warehouses throughout the entire US with goods. We had incredible partnerships with Keurig Dr. Pepper that donated waters. We have a huge partnership with Amazon. We are pre-positioned with disaster relief supplies needed throughout the country. So by 24, 48 hours in, we were rolling in trucks into the area for immediate relief. In total, to date, I think we've got more than about $53 million of supplies and goods into the LA area. We've worked with 40 nonprofits. I went out about 5 weeks after the fires were contained with the LA Fire Department and Police Department to tour the burn scars. It was, to say apocalyptic was an understatement. I never thought I would see something like this in our country. And I still think of all of you in LA, in the area. And this is a long-term recovery situation, and I think that's something that we need to continue to talk about, that the needs will be there for months and years to come as well.
You talked about the importance of those partnerships, and you gave some examples, and Maria, you did as well. How do you think those partnerships really impacted your work, and how did you find the right way to fit in with so many different organizations all working together to try to provide relief?
Yeah, that's the tricky part. I think many of you know that here. We have a very deep bench of corporate partners that are incredible partners to us. United Airlines, Lowe's, Disney, IKEA, just to name a few, Salesforce in the immediate hours. I think partnership is the key word. We've heard it all day today. We talk about it ourselves. It's critical for us, especially with what's going on at the federal level, to continue to lean in at the local and state level, and that includes the corporations that are in those local and state disasters. But it is a crowded space. There are a lot of nonprofits responding. We work with a lot of them, from your household brand names like World Vision and Save the Children to local community schools and churches. So we see ourselves as kind of a convener of the nonprofits and of the corporate partnerships as well. So we can help make those connections and also hopefully diffuse where there might be situations where we have too many goods, which we saw in LA. We had parking lots filled with donations, which became a crisis within itself.
Right.
And that's something that we want to try to prevent, and a place that Good 360 can help, because we actually have the warehouse and the storage capacity to relieve some of the extra goods that were donated.
And Maria, how about you? Serving as a convener in Los Angeles, where did you find your greatest impact and your niche?
Yeah, I think to what was just commented on, it was important for us in those very early days. We have a very close partnership with the American Red Cross here locally, so we were kind of taking their lead in terms of the needs that they had versus creating something separate or going out to many nonprofits. We have several that serve on our board, and we're serving a really important humanitarian service, because people needed housing, people needed food, people needed clothing. So we leaned into that. What we realized early on was we would need to be there for our small businesses, because while a lot of the focus was around the humanitarian aspect of that, we were also hearing from people that had home-based businesses that lost all their equipment or their products, and just knowing these communities and knowing how several small businesses were not big chains, but there were part of the community, and their owners might have lived down the street and lost their home. So really understanding that small business environment is what led to us finding our lane and saying we need to be there for those small businesses. You know, we immediately connected with the local chambers. The LA Chamber is a regional chamber, but yeah, Altadena has a chamber, the Pacific Palisades, Malibu has a chamber, Santa Monica, many of those areas where they are on the ground and serving and working with the flower shops and the dog grooming and helping them sort of connect with resources was key for us in those early days. And I have to tell you, it was very difficult at first because a lot of those very small chambers, you know, are limited in their capacity. So we tried to do what we could to step in and help support. Helping small businesses through a disaster relief fund was something we quickly moved into because many of our corporate partners and members came to us and said, this is where we know there's going to be a need in a couple of months as people sort of step away and realize they don't have the right insurance, they have a gap in coming back, and they're going to need the financial resources. So that's where we've been focused on, is on our small business support.
And you made a very good point. It's not just those initial days. It is a very long process to rebuilding for many of these small businesses that had limited resources to begin. So your impact there is going to be tremendous. Shifting a little bit, what did you see as the biggest challenges that you dealt with? I'm sure there are many, but how would you highlight what was kind of an aha and a challenge moment for you all? I'll start with you, Sunita.
I think the challenge is, it's twofold. One is ensuring that we can get the right products and the right goods in. The early days, you're looking at bottled water, diapers, snack size items, and then there's kind of the long-term recovery piece of it. So, what's the immediate versus the long-term? And then how do you actually capacity build at the site? We hear this all the time. You've got every family, every church, every school sending in, gathering tons of donations because everyone wants to help, and then you don't have anywhere to put them. So then you've got kind of another dynamic where you've got, people setting up donation sites and parking lots, and that can be a burden on a community that is already suffering. So that was challenging, and I've heard it time and time again. This isn't unique to LA, however, at the scale, it was much larger because you had entire neighborhoods that were shut down with National Guard trucks, and it was just a different scene. I think that's one area. The other one is, and I've been talking to my team about it this week, I think it's really important for us as nonprofits to start building preparedness scenarios with local, state level, and with our corporate partners. We know that these disasters are going to continue. They're only going to increase with frequency. How do we become, what's our playbook for being prepared for the next disaster? Mm-hmm. We've got warehouses all over the US, in Canada, we have some even in the EU, but how do we actually socialize and build a preparedness plan so that we can move quickly, and then also have those kind of intermediate and long-term recovery plans in place? Even, getting in touch with the nonprofits that need access, how do we kind of have them included in the playbook as well? If we're talking about, we've been listening for 4 hours, FEMA going away, it's going to be everyone in this room figuring out what that playbook is and how we're going to build it, especially in the areas that we know are going to get hit with the next wildfire or flooding or tornadoes or hurricanes.
And the last question for Maria, as you look to the experience that you went through, tell us a little bit about what you learned and what the opportunity for resiliency means for you in the future.
Yeah, I think the lessons learned are many, but let me highlight just a couple of things. I think one of the things that we learned is, it's important to kind of what was just being mentioned about where do we get out of the way? Like we need, you know, those first responders to get in there and do their work. And while we had so many nonprofits, like you mentioned, those, this was on TV of all the donations that were coming through. We were trying to help them and say, no more donations, or let's help redirect that somewhere else so it's not in the way, because it really was getting in the way of having some of those first responders, you know, a place to even put their fire trucks. Like that was, it was amazing that was an issue. I think the other lesson learned is for us here in Los Angeles, and I'm sure for many communities, you know, we learned coming out of the pandemic that we needed to be prepared to step in to help when it came to our small businesses. And we actually had a coalition that was called Together for LA. We activated that coalition, and one of the lessons learned for us was preparedness has to be the top of mind, and making sure that we can rebuild, that we're resilient in our thinking, whether it's policies that need to be addressed, and that we're working together. Los Angeles is a very large area. We have so many different organizations that are part of this recovery effort. How do we do it better so that the next time this happens, we have that playbook ready to go? I think that's something that, you know, thanks to the U.S. Chamber, we were even able to draft our own disaster recovery approach and, you know, look to continue to build on that. I think we are in this for a couple of years. We know that, and making sure that any lessons that we learn here that we can share with others will definitely be part of that plan as well.
Well, it's a perfect way for us to end this conversation. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Sunita.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your insight and your advice. So thank you very much for your time today.
Having me.
Thank you. That was great.
Say we like to start and end things on time, and I recognize that I'm one bad joke away from a beer, so I'll start here. I just want to say thanks to all of our panelists and all of our experts and leaders who took time out of their day to be on stage with us, and that includes everyone that's in the audience as well. So it's clear that transforming our approach to disaster management requires collaboration, innovation, and a commitment to continuous change, indeed systemic change. We obviously need to continue to work together to build a more resilient and prepared nation. As we reflect on today, I think I'll just probably leave it with, you know, what Dr. Marcus shared. You know, you're it, right? So you don't necessarily have to sit at something that's called the decision desk to make decisions. We're making decisions every day, before, during, and after disaster. But tomorrow, we have the ability to build on some of the learnings from today. So I'm going to give you a few highlights of tomorrow. The first is a conversation that we're going to have focused on ensuring systemic readiness for disasters. And it focuses on reform, and ensuring that we get the balance right across sectors. The second panel will have leadership from the Red Cross and civic engagement, backbone of community resilience. You know, essentially, the greater the civic engagement, the greater civic resilience, and the more capable a community will be in a disaster. Just to round out some of our programming in the morning, we'll have a focus on rethinking emergency communications, nature-based solutions for community preparedness, and we're fortunate to have Congressman Chuck Edwards join us for a discussion on rethinking federal programs for greater efficiency. So that'll be our lunch program tomorrow with the Congressman. In the afternoon, we're going to pick up the work on scenario planning. Our innovation team at the Chamber Foundation will be leading a discussion on a specific scenario, and it will not be shared at this moment, so there's a little bit of a tease. There will be a large-scale multi-state disaster simulation with Dr. Glenn Woodbury as well. And then the Meta Leadership Workshop will also be available in the morning. So essentially, in our collaboration with MPLI at Harvard, is collapsing a multi-day seminar into a couple of hours. And I think it's really well worth the time to attend. If you have not signed up for any of those 3 items I just mentioned, the 2 scenarios or the workshop, you will get an email tonight and it'll explain how to register for those if you have not already done so. I really, again, just want to say thanks to everybody for being here today. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We all come to these kinds of events for networking. And so with that, there will be refreshments out at the reception. Thank you.